Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the United Adventure Company. Today we're playing Hoard of the Dragon Queen with our uh, stalkers of the Cult of the Dragon. They are out to defeat the Cult of the Dragon, and are actually making some great headway. During the last session, they returned from Greenus to the Dragon Hatchery, where they infiltrated the hatchery, and after a few missteps, sliding traps, some violet fungus, and gas spores, they made their way through the swarm of bats and down the set of stairs to find themselves face to face with Cyanrath, the uh, one great warrior in the cult of the Blue Dragon that squared off with them toe to toe. He put up quite a fight, actually. The characters took a fair bit of damage before ultimately taking over and defeating him. From there, they progressed down the stairs into the hatchery itself, where they found three dragon eggs. But expecting blues, because that's what was there, they found black dragon eggs. And through some clever, mischievous ways, they managed to destroy the eggs without ever having to get into the pit. Returning afterwards to the chamber where the fight had taken place, they took two of Sinanrath's, sorry, I'm mixing up my characters this morning, Sinanrath's guards with them and used them as their own. As Teo found a chest, he picked the lock on the chest and inside found some treasury things. And I believe that's where we left off last time. Very quick recap. Um, because I know everyone is anxious to get into the game today. Episode 4, we're going to pick up there. But I tell you what, after last night's game of Plague of Flux and Tenial, I'm so excited. Like, I'm still riding that energy from last night's game. So I really hope that you all have as much fun today as I'm planning on having.
Oh, and we also discovered that Owen is, in fact, the unluckiest warlock to ever walk this earth.
Yes, yes, he is. That is true. Um, wow, y'all, this has been a roller coaster of a week as well for the channel, not just for games, but for the channel. And we have gained so many followers. We're up to 110 followers now. We have a new goal of 125. We hit that 125 goal. It looks like we've gained 29 followers in the last 30 days, which is just amazing. We hit that 125, and somebody in our followers list is going to win an RPG for Roll20 Foundry or D&D Beyond, whatever VTT of their choice, up to $25. We're going to give away that. We have a lot of games coming up next week as well with um, we're playing Victim of the Art on Tuesday night. We're going to finally maybe wrap that one up this week. Then Impossible Landscapes, Delta Green, Impossible Landscapes on Wednesday night. Thursday night we're off. Friday night we're off because Friday night we're preparing for our 12-hour long Halloween stream that's coming up. Is that's not next week? That's the week after. Sorry, getting my weeks mixed up. Good thing I checked the calendar.
I was about to say, wait, what? The month
Um,
isn't progressing that quickly, is it?
No, nope, nope. 2 weeks from now, we're going to be doing our Halloween stream. It's 12 hours. We have some giveaways for that as well. I have ordered some dice from Kraken Dice, and we're going to be doing some giveaways. I have 10 sets of dice coming, 12-piece sets. So I have 120 dice that I'm going to be giving away over that 12-hour span of games. So we're going to start with Hoard of the Dragon Queen at noon, and then we're going to have some new games for people to play, and then end the night with Weird. I think as Jesse's going to come in and play a Halloween. He's going to run a Halloween stream for Weird for us. So that should be a lot of fun. Make sure you tune in for Halloween on that Saturday, the 30th. Until, let's see, is that everything? I think that's all the announcements that we have. So make sure that you create that account for your dog and follow us here and get another chance to win RPG. And if you are just tuning in and want to see all the previous episodes of Hoard of the Dragon Queen, Welcome Home, Delta Green, Tales from Loop, anything else that we've played weird, um, make sure you go over and check out our YouTube channel. You can find us over there. Yes, Thorn, it is one hell of a giveaway. We are going to be giving away dice left and right, so make sure you're tuned in for that one. Thanks for joining us today. I hope you are still riding the high from the fun in last night's game. Thorn plays in the Plague of Fluxentine game, and he's the stream host for that one as well. So I really appreciate him doing that. Over on, you can find him at twitch.tv/Lord Thorn. So make sure you go give him a follow as well. Anything else, guys? Y'all ready to jump in here? As the body of Cyanrath lays at your feet, Teo has picked the lock on the chest and has found a little bit of treasure. I believe there's a handout for what was in there.
Ooh, handouts.
Aren't handouts great? Well, how come you didn't see that one? Well, oh well. Too late for that one because that's an old one. Where was it? There we go. The Dragon Hatchery. In that chest. Where is it? There it is. You found a string of pearls, a gold and sapphire ring, a pouch containing half a dozen masterfully cut and polished precious stones. Who's from Greenest or has spent time there other than Garrow? No one, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. This looks like you remember that Leosin and the folks at the barracks there in Greenest were talking about the dragon horde had come and taken precious items. You think some of this might be some of the valuables that were stolen from Greenest. From there, as you get up, Teo, from the chest and you turn, you've got all this loot. You kind of stuffed it in your bags. You turn around, you see that the chamber actually goes a little bit further around. From where you are. Down in this area, well, there we go. Click the right thing. Down in this area, you see that it kind of makes a turn around. And it's blind, you can't see where it goes. The other option is to head out the way you came.
All right. Quick question. How big is the chest?
Oh, the chest is very large, actually.
Okay.
But that was really all that was in it. Just
Gotcha.
Those few little things.
Gotcha. The baddie that we took down, who had the great sword and the spear and such, is it Langdarosa or something like that? I forget.
Cyanrath, yeah.
I forget his name.
Yeah, that's
Anyway, after looting the chest, I'm going to go over to him and loot his body.
Ooh, you're gonna go loot the body of the big baddie. Fantastic. He is. Find his character sheet real quick. Yes, Langdarosa Cyanrath. As you get up to him, you see that what you thought was just a helm and armor is really his scales and head, as he looks to be a half human, half dragon creature. More dragon than just a dragonborn. You're familiar with Dinar and how he looks, but this is a full half dragon. He does have on over his scales some splint mail armor.
Okay.
He also has a great sword, a spear, and other than that, it's scales and stuff like that on his body.
Nothing else in pockets or pouches or bags or anything like that.
He actually has no pouches or bags. It's just his sword belt and his armor and a spear that he threw on the ground. Well, he threw it at you guys, but missed.
Right. Well, I guess we'll bundle that stuff up as well.
Oops,
Bring that along.
didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Ignore that initiative roll. He's not coming back to life. Don't worry.
Oh, phew! Thank heavens.
That was a misclick. About while y'all are doing that, while y'all are looting the body and going around and looking at the rest of this chamber, Garo, you pull up outside as we discussed before the game. Would you like to enter the cave that you're outside of, or are you going to wait? Or how do you want to proceed?
Well, I think Garo's got the horses that he's leading, right? And he's looking for the party. So upon arriving at the entrance to the cave, he would sort of peer inside and maybe project his voice inside a bit and say, "Hello in there."
And you
Any
hear it.
response?
Yeah, you hear it echo off the cave walls. As you look in, you see dead bodies of some kind of creature laying in this entry
Oh,
way. There are definitely signs of a fight that occurred here.
seems like a pretty fresh body. Maybe they came through here after all. I'll secure the horses somewhere safe and maybe follow the trail of bodies but be stealthy about it,
Right. Okay. Everybody that's down deep in the cave can roll a perception. Let's see if you can hear the echoing call or not.
Or cannot, and Teo can. Right?
Yeah, pretty much, Teo. You hear what you think is someone saying hello. It's a very faint whisper. You can't really tell where it's coming from. You can tell though that you hear someone saying hello.
I see. I turn to the rest of our party. I forgot. Did we leave off with the guards being friendly towards us, or did they still need convincing?
I believe they were friendly enough towards you because you just took out their leader.
Okay.
So they were timid and friendly enough that they're not going to attack you. So
Gotcha. So I'm going to turn to our guards quickly and point out that I understand you guys are freelancers and you were looking for best price and best deal, and this looked like it was a pretty good gig. But let me point out that your charge is dead and you guys are not. So when it comes to re-upping a contract with somebody else or anything like that, it's going to be kind of difficult to sell. Hire us. We only kill most of our charges. So what I would suggest to you guys, if there's any way, I don't know this place very well. If there's any way to say dispose of a body, and I point down to Langdorosa, laid out on the ground now that he's thoroughly searched, and said, if there's any way for you guys to maybe get rid of a body, I don't know what that thing was in with the eggs, with the tentacly things that gobble those guys up. Maybe you can feed him to them and get rid of that body. But what I would suggest is that while the pay may not be as great, the work is far more rewarding and much easier to come by if you follow us. come along with us on this plan.
Huh? Do you want us to follow you? What are you? How much are you going to pay us?
Well, let's put it this way. We'll give you a fair shake. That will be the first thing. The second is we shall say maybe not let it slip that the last charge that you had was knocked off by us.
Or we could just yell, and the 15 guards down the other end of that hall could come through this hall and just tear you apart.
You're absolutely right. You could yell. That is one option. However, I will point out when they show up and see us here, and see your charge dead and the eggs destroyed, they're going to figure out that it was a double cross by you guys, and chances are excellent your necks are going to be on the line too.
Make a persuasion roll. They're not super convinced by that. One of the guys is like, yeah, they could, or we could say we were on break and came in here and found you guys and Langdaros was dead, and then they're gonna just, they're gonna know it was you. We're pretty trusted. I mean, we were the guards of the right hand of, of the leader of this sect, so they're gonna probably believe us.
Can I make an insight check? And I want to know, are there even 15 guards like hiding in this cave?
Roll your insight. Or yeah. You believe him to be telling the truth. He seems sincere that there are more guards in this cave.
So Dinar, given that we've searched the bodies, I'm not sure if we've investigated this crevice over here, but Dinar feels like we have been in this cave for too long already, and we should just leave.
All right. How about Owen? Kind of looking at both of you, looking at Teo, because y'all aren't saying anything about this.
I mean, if Teo is bargaining with the people, Dinar is actually going to go check this over here.
Oh, and you're muted.
Yeah, don't know why you're still muted. I saw you click the unmute button. You went to unmuted and then it muted you back.
There we go. There we are. We're unmuted now. Yep. Yeah, Owen does not trust the guards, but does not have a whole lot to say about the current situation other than keeping an eye on the guards.
Okay. And so one of them looks at it and goes, so what'll it be? Will it be, you gonna take your chances with us then, or you think maybe you should leave?
What's your price?
Well, you can start with what you gotten out of that chest there.
Well,
that should be good for today.
For today. Yeah, what's in this chest isn't ours. This is all from the people of Greenest. The people that were struggling.
Not my problem, man.
I think we should leave. I also think you should leave, because while it may be acceptable to the rest of your organization, when the dragon gets back and sees that the eggs have been destroyed, I'm not sure what they'll do.
Oh, he's not coming back here. We're done here. We're moving on. And he yells, "Guards!" And the other one yells the same. "We're under attack! Help! Help!"
All right, and Dinar's like, "All right, it is time to go." And Dinar's going to start running.
Which way? You're running that way? Okay.
Well, my plan is to go sort of here, like that.
Okay.
Doesn't that path just go across to the other side though?
This goes, this goes across.
I'm pretty sure this. Is this a tunnel or does this go over this cave?
It goes
this
over.
area here?
It goes over. It's a
All
bridge
right.
that goes over.
How steep is this drop?
That
Like,
drop
how
is
many-
about 30 feet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that doesn't show that well on the map.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's
But in
pretty
that
bad.
case, Dinar is going to go around.
All right. What's everyone else doing?
I'm gonna head back the way we came in, through the tunnel up here, over the bridge, through the woods. Grandmother's house we go, kind of a thing.
Okay.
If everyone else is leaving, I'm going to leave with them because strength in numbers.
All right.
I assume that I heard that cry of guards.
I'll let you roll a perception for it as you're moving in. Move in a little further and further until you get to
25.
25. Yeah, you absolutely heard it.
Oh, that don't sound good. So I'm going to hesitate a bit. I'm not going to, plunge into the cave, having heard that concerning cry. I'm just going to sort of wait where I'm at and see what I see.
Right on. So you're gonna wait there. The two guards here, they kind of move in to the center of the room as if, waiting for their companions to arrive. And I'm gonna pull this around so the folks that everybody should be able to see everything there. And then they move up again and they stop. You get across the bridge, you turn around to look at them and they've stopped and they're looking back like, and roll it. Everybody who looks back can roll it insight on that.
I'm going to say that Dinar, who is not as fast as Speedy Rogue and Speedy Warlock, is not going to take the time to look back.
Okay.
Uh,
You find it odd, but that they've stopped, but you can't really tell what's going on. You don't know why, but they've stopped their pursuit.
So, as I remember, this was the staircase that was trapped, that we disabled with the extra line that we tied off to the railing at the top of the stairs.
Yes, that is correct.
If that trap was tripped, my question is there enough debris to close off the stairway?
You mean from the boulders above? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent. So that when I make it up to
Thank you for that.
when I make it up to the top of the stairs, when we're all clear of the stairs and at the top of the stairs, I'm going to release the line that was holding everything back, and trigger the release mechanism.
Okay. You're waiting for all of your companions to get up there first, or?
Yes.
Okay. Take a quick. Hey, thanks for those 2 follows there. Some Old Pirate and Angie Pops. We appreciate that. Helping us make that goal of 125. We're going to get there. I think we're going to get there, y'all. So you cut the rope, and there's a large net that you saw holding these boulders up, and it swings down. The boulders come crashing down, and they block off the stairwell. So anyone who might be pursuing you will not be able to get through there now. That was very clever.
Excellent.
Very clever indeed. And you remember that there was that spike trap right in this area.
Yes.
So you do remember that, and you know that you have to get through the room of bats as well, going this way.
Indeed.
So, given that they collapsed the thing, I think we can afford to move carefully around the spike trap rather than risk jumping over it. So that's what Dinar is going to start doing.
Okay.
Reminds me of Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Gar, what are you doing at this point? You're still just gonna wait for them up towards the front, or are you gonna kind of move
Yeah,
in?
the last thing I heard correct was the shout of guards, and perhaps since then I might have heard some sort of clamor.
You would have heard a large crashing sound of rock on a rock, just echoing through the whole cave system.
Well, these are concerning sounds, but on the chance that his comrades are in there, Garrow's going to start heading deeper into the cave, and we'll make a dash.
Now that we're approaching the part of the cave with bats and things slightly scarier than bats, Dinar is going to take 6 seconds off and cast guidance on himself because he knows he's going to have to sneak, and sneaking is not his forte.
All right. So, yep. If to move through this room, you do remember last time that you kind of ran through it. You spooked the bats and they attacked you, and there was something in them that bit you, something very unfun, latched onto you and sucked your life force away for a moment. So, go ahead and as you move through here, if you want to move stealthily, go ahead and roll your stealth. Ooh, Owen's very sneaky. What area is this? I gotta look at the numbers. You managed to sneak through the first half of the cave, and you get to where you can kind of see the bridge that you were just on over, and roll a second sneak or a stealth to leave out of the cave. And oh, you did it already. It was a 14 again. I was like, wow.
Apparently 14 is all I can roll on stealth rolls today, but
That's
I would
okay.
consider that better than the alternative.
All right. Gar, you get right about where you are. Actually, you can move. You can go ahead and move one more time
Okay.
if you'd like.
I would move over to here.
All right. And
The top of those stairs, I guess.
Yes.
The ledge.
That's about a where'd it go? It disappeared on me. Huh?
As we are moving through the bat room, when we get to around the middle of the room, I'd like to spill a bag of marbles.
Ooh.
Okay. You spill a bag of marbles. Go ahead. You can.
Classic Home Alone move.
Yes.
Indeed.
Very nice. So you get there, and it's a very sharp incline on one side and a set of stairs that roll down the other. It's about a 15-foot drop, 10 to 15 feet, you think, if you were not to take the stairs.
And with my dark vision, I assume I'm able to see off in the distance maybe Owen heading this way.
Let's see. You're pretty close. See if he's quite in range, because you have 60 foot, right? Yeah, you'd be able to see Owen and Dinar both. No sign of Teo, though, as he kind of paused for a moment to dump out some marbles.
I think upon seeing them, Garrow would just sort of pick up and wave one big paw. Hey, guys, I was looking for you.
So I see and hear him now.
Reading the room would tell that they're running from something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dinar was going to say, "You found us, and now it's time to go."
Okay.
When y'all don't use this, whatever you
I got
do,
some
don't
horses
use,
for you.
whatever you do, don't use the stairs.
Oh, okay. Hurry up. I got some horses for us.
All right.
And Garrow, with his like really extra long arms, could probably help to pull some of these folks up if they don't want to take the stairs.
That's possible. You do know what the mechanism was, and
We know
You
that
can-
we know the trap now, so we can get around it.
You can
hopefully.
get around it. Yes. You can get around it.
All right.
Theo, is there anything you wanted to do on your way out? Let you get out of there.
Yes, the stair mechanism. How difficult is it to reset?
It's complicated, but you have a fair shot of being able to reset it.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a try to reset it, recognizing where the trip mechanism is and things like that.
Okay, go ahead and make a wisdom perception check. Yeah, it's really giving you some troubles.
I will leave it alone and continue moving on out.
Okay, not going to spend a lot of time here fiddling with it.
Nah.
Hey, Teo, buddy, good to see you. Let's get out of here, huh?
Good plan.
And as you all are heading past that little squared off area before you enter the main chamber, right in here. Sorry, I moved the map on everybody. You meet up with Garo and come on, there we go. Get the dynamic lighting right for the viewers at home, and right in this area. Anybody who would like to can make a wisdom perception as you go through there. 20, 22, 20. Wow. So Dinar, in your haste to exit, you don't even look that way. But everybody else, you catch the rock looks open. There's an opening there, like almost like it's a doorway. It wasn't there when you came in. You didn't see that. It wasn't like that. Do you want to investigate or keep moving?
Well, Dinar doesn't see it, so he's just going to keep moving.
So it's like a almost a hidden passage.
Yeah, it looks like there's a door cut into the rock, but it's cut into the actual rock of the cave, not like a doorway cut in with a wooden door or anything like that. Looks like a hidden passage right there.
Dinar, seeing that the rest of the party isn't like continuing to run out of this cave with him, is going to turn around and ask what's going on. Like, guys, we are still being chased by people trying to kill us. We should probably leave.
Door.
Well, that's pretty bad. But I was just wondering what that sort of door right into the cave wall is. You think we could hide out there until the guards stop pursuing?
Considering this is the cave they guard, they probably know about it.
That's a pretty good point. Well, like I said, I got horses tied up outside the cave. So if you guys want to get away from this place, we can do that.
What's inside there? Is it something important to the cult?
Well, you might just have a little bit of time to look while we saddle up, if you wanna.
All right.
So the door.
What Dinar's going to do, he's going to stand here, up on the top where he can clearly see down this way, and he's going to call out if he sees anyone.
Okay.
So the door, is there an opening mechanism that I can see or anything
Well,
like that?
it's already partially open. It didn't close all the way. In fact, a small rock kind of rolled in the way. It looks like it was opened in haste. And a small little rock has wedged it open. Just enough for you to see.
Okay, I'm going to peek in.
You peek in and there's a small passageway, only about 5 feet wide, about 20 feet long. It looks like it forks left and right down at the end.
I'm just going to move very slowly up and see what looks like a couple of rooms.
Yep, it looks like there are a couple of rooms up here, one to the left and one to the right.
I'm just gonna move slowly. Can I see anything inside of them?
Yeah, the room to the right is you step in, and it has a passageway out to your left or to the east of the map. It's a crudely cut room. It looks like a barracks. There are some crude beds here. There's also a couple of scabbards decorated with dragon motifs on them, and a couple of what look like uniforms. They're kind of hanging on the edges of the bed, on the poles of the bed, and they all look exactly the same. And you've
Do they
seen
look
them.
like
The
they look like uniforms we've
cultists,
seen before?
yeah, like the cultists wear. They're that same kind of garb. But that's about the only thing you see in this room. As you move to the next room down, this is, I've got to read backwards because you're kind of doing them in backwards order.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no problem. This is another rough cut room. There is a desk and a stool and several tables with books and papers, a mirror on a stand in this room, and carpets, thick rugs cover the entire floor.
Does the desk have any kind of drawers or anything like that?
Now it's just a desk, but on top of the desk, looks to be things were hurriedly picked up. Papers are kind of scattered about. One of the papers here is a simple map of the Greenfields area, kind of a regional map, showing all the villages that the cult has attacked and looted. And there's an arrow sketched from the Greenfields towards the west. And you see the name of a town, Bergost, on the trade way is what it says, kind of written in next to the arrow. And a separate sheet of paper with numerals in columns. And the note next to that, next to all those numbers is, everything must be freighted north to Nyatar. Rezmir allowed us to keep some pearls, a ring, and a handful of small stones. Everything else is like duty rosters and less important paperwork.
I'm going to take those sheets with me.
The map and the sheets of numbers.
Right.
Okay. To your eye, they look kind of like manifests of goods.
Is there anything up in this nook here?
Nope. Other than a bed. This looks like a sleeping chamber for someone. Just a single bed here.
Okay, what's in this room over here? Can I see
Hang on just a second.
anything important?
All right. Still nothing happening back up in the main chamber. Garo and Teo, you all get the horses readied, and
Yeah, I was
Dinar,
gonna say Garrow's just keeping an eye on the horses and all.
you're getting a little anxious. Dinar, you've been alone for a few minutes now, and everything is settled down, but you're worried for your friend.
Anything in here?
In this room, it looks like this is or was a storage room of types. There are a few overturned boxes, scattered coins, a few gems that were dropped. And
I'm going to grab anything loose that I can grab very quickly.
Okay.
I'm not going to take any big amount of time to search, though.
All right. There is a small like bed bundle here, just on the floor, like a pad to sleep on. But other than that, nothing else in this room.
All right. I'm going to move on out.
All right. So you took, just for record keeping, you took the map, you took the bill of lading. Did you take the scabbards and uniforms or no?
No.
Okay. Did not take scabbards or uniforms. Okay. And the small gems and stuff that were scattered about. All right.
I'm going to go up to Dinar and say I know where they're going next.
All right. Well, Dinar is pleased with this information, but he also thinks that we should leave so that we'll be able to get there.
Garrow will hand some reins to Owen and say, let's ride.
And Garrow, you spent the last day while everyone else had gone off to fight the dragon cult here and destroy the eggs or recover them if possible. You stayed back with Leosin to take one more lesson from him and master just one thing that you had been working very hard on for a while. And during that time you spent with him, he told you that when your friends return, to please make sure that they meet him in El Terrell. That he's going there for a very important meeting, and that he would love it if you could bring him all the information that you find from the Cult of the Dragon and the eggs, if they're recovered, there, if possible.
So meet Leosin and El Terrell.
El Terrell.
El Terrell.
Turel. I guess I'm saying that right.
El Terrell. Okay.
Terrell.
So once we, are riding and within conversation distance of each other, Garrow would be sure to convey that message.
Right.
All right. So on the road you're traveling, you also managed to get enough rations for the journey and anything that you all might need for this journey, because you know that this is a 6 to 10 day journey along the road, depending on how hard you ride. It's about 200 miles.
Oh
So,
boy.
so we're not going back to Greenest to tell them what happened. We're just going to ride straight there.
Ellison has already left. Garrow tells you that Leosin has already left Greenest and is on his way and wants you to ride directly to him.
Yeah.
Let's do that then.
That sounds good to me.
So unless there's anything, the road does take you through Greenest. So if there's anything you need to get while you're there, you can. But all provisions that would have been required for a 200-mile trip have been provided and are on your horses in the packs. So you all each have a horse. It's just a standard horse that has been purchased by Leosin for you.
Nice. Is there any place to restock things like marbles / ball bearings, pick up another length of rope and that kind of stuff?
Sure, if you want to stop and Greenest at the general store and pick that kind of stuff up, you can. Just book price for it is fine. We don't have to spend a lot of time unless you all want to role play something funky in the general store.
Sounds good. And the spear that we collected from Langderosa, I'm going to ask Garo if he can use that.
Oh, I'll take it for sure. I can throw one of these pretty far.
Nice. If you would like to return the treasures that were stolen, you can. If you don't want to and you want to keep it for yourself, that's understandable as well.
Garrow doesn't know anything about any treasure, so he's just sort of, keeping a low profile. Well, not really, because he's
a big guy.
He's a big guy. But in some towns, he tries to keep a low profile, but not Greenest.
Does anybody have the ability to detect magic?
Dinar does, but he's going to. Actually, do I have? Actually, yes, he could. So next time we stop and take a breath, Dinar can detect magic. I cannot do it while riding a horse.
Understandable. So when we have an opportunity, I'd like to check out things like the pearls, the ring, the great sword. See if any of that is magical.
Okay.
All right. Anything else you all want to do? Or is
I
it
don't
time
think
to
so.
hit the road, as they say?
Just making sure my horse Daffodil is all ready to go.
Daffodil. I love it. You named your horse Daffodil. Yes, feel free to name your horses if you'd like. You do get a short rest in while you're at Greenest before you hit the road. You know it's going to be a long travel, but you do get a short rest, so you can regain a hit die. I know some of you
Right.
had taken some
Nara's
damage.
going to roll one of those.
And as a warlock, I get to regain my spell slots. Yay.
Yes, you do.
Well, that was more than I needed, but I will take it.
I suppose Garrow would ask during this downtime, for details about what happened in that cave. Anything they want to share. He's just curious.
Well, this seemed to be where the cult was hiding their valuables. We found, various treasure hidden away. We found guard drakes sort of chained up. We also found some eggs. In the deepest chamber of the cave, there were some dragon eggs, which we destroyed, although we had to find our way to them.
Wow. Sorry I wasn't there to help you guys. Hope you don't mind if I stick with you, though, in the future. I really think Leosin wanted me to help you out with this cult business.
Very well. The thing that's strange about it is this was very clearly the cult of a blue dragon. They were led by a blue dragon. They were black dragon eggs, not blue dragon eggs, so they were probably not from the blue dragon.
Oh, black dragon eggs, huh? I can't say I know anything about that.
I mean, I could tell you a thing or two about black dragons, if that is information you would like to have.
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right. Well, gonna ask the DM just to make sure. Can Dinar give out the Black Dragons 101? What do they do? Or will I
Yeah,
have to
sure.
roll to know
No,
that?
you've
Okay.
you know a lot about dragons.
Yeah. So black dragons are swamp-dwelling creatures mostly. They can breathe underwater, which is quite unusual for dragons. They can breathe acid, and just like every other chromatic dragon, they're cruel and evil by nature.
Oh, wow. You sure are smart, Dinar. Thanks for that.
I know a
Nice.
thing or two about dragons.
Well, that should come in handy, I reckon.
Yeah. But
You think?
it strikes me as odd that these were here because, all right, this is a question that Dinar is going to ask. Are we near a swamp?
No, you're in a mountainous, hilly
Yeah.
cave structures.
So it does not make sense to me that dragon eggs are here. They would have had to have been brought here from a long ways off.
Hmm.
Well,
Mysterious.
I don't know much about dragon eggs, but I'm just thinking here that perhaps, given the track record of hiring help and all the rest of that kind of stuff that these guys have been doing, that perhaps they found a traveling egg salesman, shall we say, and managed to pick up a couple, three random eggs from an egg salesman.
Hmm. Well, it's just like that egg salesman is either an absolute fool or is somebody we really don't want to be dealing with. Basically, what I think is that either that egg salesman is Tiamat herself or someone working closely with them, in which case that is a massive problem. Or it's somebody who stole black dragon eggs, in which case, well, I assume I do not need to explain to you what happens to people who steal dragon eggs.
Oh, you guys are making me hungry for eggs.
You want an omelet now, eh?
Sounds good.
Well, should we run across any traveling egg salesmen? I'll be sure to steer clear.
Nice.
Say someone like Bob Evans.
So you guys travel the first day. Nothing exciting happens for you on the first day. You find a good place to camp. You notice though that it looks like this camp has been used. Actually, let's change the map. Get out of the dragon hatchery.
Right. And at the end of the day, like now that we're camping out, Dinar is going to ritual cast detect magic.
Okay. You put out all your treasures and everything. We're just going to go to the Sword Coast map. And then OBS. So there we go. The Sword Coast map. Need to put myself on that map as well. There's so much to all of the mapping and everything. You are in Greenest. Greenest is here. And you are heading towards Beargost, which is here. Let me do this. And GM overlay to front. Come on, move the over. It's not doing what it's supposed to do, y'all. Huh, weird. You're supposed to be able to right click on the GM overlay level and then move to front and it show up on the front, but it's not. So anyway, sadly. So you're in Greenest and heading to Beargost. The road, as you see, travels down kind of into the base of these mountains and then back up. You know that road goes to Amn, which is AMN, Amn. So, and you're able to travel the whole distance in about 6 days. You know that Beargost is about a 6-day ride. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So you're able to travel about 50 miles a day, maybe 40 miles a day on horseback without fatiguing your horses. That first night, you do your detect magic ritual. None of the treasure that you found is magical, although some of it is very high quality, like the great sword and the spear. They're very high quality. The splint mail armor, very high quality. But nothing.
Dinar is actually one thing he wants to check for specifically the greatsword. Does it look like it was custom forged by someone?
It does look like it is a one of a kind piece. Yes, it looks unique.
Yeah, Dinar thinks that sometimes a smith or something will put their initials or their insignia on a weapon that they forge. So Dinar is going to look over the sword and see if he can see any letters that might be able to indicate a specific person who made it. Is there someone's name on it?
No, there's nothing like that. Okay, just making sure I'm not missing anything here on the road. Pretty much the night goes by, nothing occurs. You do know that where you're camping, though, you notice it looks well used and recent. Looking around, you see a lot of wagon tracks all going the same way. In fact, at one point you can kind of make out where they just kind of circle the whole wagon around, and lots of hoof prints from horses. Very, very large path of destruction here near this roadside camp.
Well, it definitely seems like we're going the right way.
So just for bookkeeping purposes, I assume that we've had what's equivalent to a long rest.
I'm so sorry. I told y'all the wrong thing. Bergost is the wrong. You're going to El Turel. I'm sorry. I told you all the wrong way. My apologies. I'm traveling y'all the wrong direction. El Turel is up here.
I was wondering if I had maybe misheard a different city, or if, but yeah, El Turel is the one.
Yes,
meeting lives in.
Bergost is where the map was pointed to. So that is where you're headed, in that direction. It's more of a northerly. This module is a little buggy in that kind of thing.
For just a stick of butter during the night, Garrow would take out his wood carving tools and work on his great club a bit. He's sort of turning it into like a totem with various goblinoid deities featured on it. And I don't know if Teo would react to that at all.
Hmm.
The wood cutting, not necessarily the goblinoid.
Oh, the wood cutting. Yeah.
That's actually a term I've never heard before. A stick of butter?
Oh, yeah. A friend of mine in another campaign uses that phrase, and I don't know why, it just seems to fit. It's just, when you
seems
have
to stick.
A little bit of flavor, I think maybe is what it means.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. It's just I kind of like it. A stick of butter. All right, I'll remember that one.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it. I like it too. But yeah, just doing some wood carving during the evening.
Right on.
If I catch Garrow doing some carving, I'll pick up some appropriate sticks. There are a couple of things that I'm looking to try to whittle, to carve. A couple of them are triggers for traps, for simple traps. So, figure 4 traps, things like that. And then the other thing is I'm looking to make a couple of, those noise makers that kids have. It's the stick with the gear and the little flap of wood that runs on the gear, and then as you spin it, it makes a clatter.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking to fashion a couple of that kind of noisemaker kind of a thing.
Right on.
Cool. If Garrow observes that, he would probably comment that, "Oh, that's real cool. That's some smart stuff you're making there."
This? Oh, trust me, you should see the chair that I was trying to make back home. I mean, that thing was almost good enough for my guild to get me to the next level.
Oh, it sounds beautiful. I'd love to see it someday. I'm not the best, but I do like to, carve my totems like this. It's fun. It helps to pass the time.
Well, if you should ever need, a little help, I can tune this thing up for you a little bit. If work with the balance a little, that kind of stuff. If you should need any help,
I'll definitely consult you. Thanks.
Excellent. In the back of my mind, Teo is thinking that if he does get his hand on the club, what he's planning on trying to do is to put in a puzzle box mechanism where you slide this thing over and that thing back and this thing around, and it opens up a little secret compartment inside the thing. Should the opportunity ever arise.
That sounds like a cool project. For sure, we can do that over time, I think.
Dinar is a little bit confused by wouldn't it break whatever's inside if you hit people with the club? But he also doesn't know that much about woodwork, so he will withhold his opinions from the people who clearly know more about this than he does.
Yeah. Well, sometimes when I get them looking really nice, I stop wanting to use them to hit people. They just look so good. Anyway, that's all for the stick of butter.
I'm the same way with the chairs I make.
Yeah. Look.
Oh, so you said you're some kind of a guild, huh?
Yeah, was, I was on my way to becoming a woodsmith, but the chair problem, I just couldn't get the joints was always the joints that I struggled with and just couldn't get it right.
Yeah, Dinar at what Garo said will reply, "Well, you could have me carve your club, and then you'll definitely want to hit people with it."
Oh, well, maybe I could use your help in that case.
Garo's going to
Yes,
make
I
it
have
out
a
of the
feeling,
campaign with 14 clubs.
Yes.
Yes.
Find more cultists. I have a feeling I'm going to have use of a club.
Thank you
Yeah.
all for filling that in with with the role play while I tried to figure out exactly where this module steered me incorrectly. So
Yeah.
the map that you found contradicts what the words in the module say. Actually,
Well, that is strange.
so yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird. So
One other thing that
Anyway.
Dinar would like to bring up to the party is like, hey, everyone, you do realize that we're rushing headlong towards a dragon, right? That is a thing that you were all aware is happening.
Oh, I hadn't really realized that at all. I thought we
Yes.
were looking for some sort of some cult guys that wear purple.
I mean, if the dragon and their cult is gone, I assume they brought the dragon with them.
I guess that would make sense.
They're
Or did the dragon bring the cult with it?
I mean,
mm,
6 of one, half dozen of the other. But something tells me that if this is an important mission that the cult is on, especially since we found their base with their incredibly precious dragon eggs deserted, this is important enough that they would send the dragon too.
right. So you do assume that they took the dragon with the Great Blue went with them. And as you travel a couple of days, you've passed some other traders along the way. One of them mentions to you that they passed a freight wagon train, that there were many wagons. So when you get up closer up, you may have to find a way around them. They're moving quite slowly. They looked heavily loaded with lots of freight going north on the tradeway. They were all covered. They couldn't see what kind of freight was in them if you talked to them about it for a few. And then they wish you a safe travel. And
Yeah. Well, Dinar is going to ask, like, have you seen any dragons flying this route?
no, we've not
Okay.
seen any dragons. Why would you ask such a thing? That's such an odd question, especially for someone of your kind. You're the closest thing to a dragon we've seen.
Well, let's just say I hope it remains that way.
Yes, as do we all.
I'm going to check with these traders to see if they have any string or thread with them.
Sure, roll percentiles.
All right.
2d10. And under 50 is good. Over 50 is not so good. It's kind of like a luck roll in Cthulhu. A 91. They do not. Unfortunately, they do not have it.
It's worth a
But you're
try.
not far from Burdusk. You could get some there.
Well,
They-
we'll see
they tell
what's ahead with the freight train.
I guess they were all chained together, and it's just like a train of wagons.
Have we had a long rest yet?
This you've had a long rest for sure. This is probably day 3 of your travel. You're day 2 because you're coming into Burdusk this afternoon.
Recover the rest of my hit points that I tried to lose all of last time.
Yes. Yeah. Owen's most fierce enemy himself.
D20.
Yeah, that darn D20.
All right. And as the sun goes down, you do pull into Burdusk, where some of you actually started this journey. I think it was Owen and Dinar actually left out from Burdusk to Greenest at first with Angelica.
Yes, indeed.
And you return. You're familiar with the town. Um,
Glad to see that it has not been razed.
it has not. And you head back to your favorite tavern in Burdusk. Get a room for the night, I suppose.
I'm going to look for some ideally some thread or some string. I'm looking for things that I can make, tripwires and et cetera, basic trap setups, that kind of stuff. Apparently that would have been handy in our last little bit there in the caves.
All right. Yeah, you're able to find that kind of stuff. One of the merchants actually says, bowstring is very strong, and if you're looking for something that won't break easily, perhaps a bowstring, you could use that.
Yeah, maybe if there's I'm going to shoot for the moon, right? May as well. Silk thread, silk rope, silk string, that kind of stuff, bowstrings. I'm going to see what I can get lucky on.
All right. Yeah, for a couple of gold, you can get pretty much whatever kind of strings, bowstring you want, and other types of twine, little things
Okay.
like that you're looking for. A couple
Yeah,
of gold.
trap making supplies, that kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
Yeah. Well, they won't be labeled that in the store,
Clearly.
What's everyone
Yes.
else doing here in Burdusk?
Yeah, just you see on the store, trap making equipment.
Yeah.
All in one kit for making deadly traps. And you ask the store manager, so how many of these do you sell?
Traps are us.
Exactly.
Have any more kids lost any cats while we were gone?
The great cat rescuer, eh? No, there aren't any posters up for any missing cats. A couple of folks actually remembered you and Dinar though, and ask, "Hey, any word on our fugitive?"
Gosh, you're gonna have to remind me who that was.
Oh, that slick guy. Slick Pickles guy. He was always around stealing things, and then a couple other folks. They point to the poster on the wall. That guy. You said you were going to find him. And actually, you said if you came across him, you would be sure to do something about it. But
Yeah. So far, we haven't found Slick Pickles. We've been a little bit busy with graver matters. Dinar does want to go to the bartender, though, and say, first of all, I'm glad to see you again. Since, the last thing the bartender said to us was, basically pin your adventuring party's name on the wall.
yes, it was.
So how many adventuring parties have we outlived so far?
You walk over to the wall of parties, and it's a huge wall. This entire wall right here, next to the bar, this entire wall just basically has names of parties scrawled in it, carved with knives and filled with coal dust, whatever. But some of them are scratched out, lined through, scribbled over. You can tell that things have happened. Either they haven't lived or their parties have disbanded, whatever. But there's plenty of room to write in your own name. Should you like to name yourselves and put your
Yeah, I just
name
while
up.
this was happening, I thought it would be funny to name ourselves the Dragon Chairmans, but I'm open to suggestions.
The dragon what?
The Dragon Chairmans.
Oh, okay. Dragon. It's got a certain ring to it.
Yeah, so we have at least one member of the party who makes chairs.
Oh, I see.
Yes. This is the level of Dinar's humor, so, just so you know.
And you're all standing there at the wall, kind of regrouped at the tavern for the night. You're standing there. dagger in hand, ready to scrawl your name, and you hear a voice from behind, off in the bar. Hey, you two! Where's your friend? That sticky-fingered little bugger. And you turn around, and it's the blacksmith from down the street. You know who he's talking about. The one that traveled with you, that left you in the middle of a battle, ran off to save his own neck.
Yeah. Denara's going to turn to him and be like, well, I hate... He disappeared. He disappeared as we left the town, and we've never seen him again.
How convenient. You know, he stole from me. He stole me sword off the wall.
Denara's going to, be taken aback. No, I did not know that.
Yeah, that sticky finger booger. He looks at you real hard. You don't know where he is, eh?
No, I do not.
Well, if you see him, you cut his heart out and bring me my swords back, and I'll reward you greatly.
Very well.
And he tips his glass back and kills off the last of his ale, walks to the bar and slams his mug down, gets another. You can tell he's very frustrated.
Yeah. I think it was Teo who wasn't here for this. We had another party member who was here just for the first session, stole this person's sword, and then left. And neither in character nor out of character have we ever seen them again.
Huh.
It's a
Excellent.
perfect crime.
Indeed.
Yes.
So, yeah, if we see them again, Dinar will be quite upset with. But I'm guessing that he is long gone by now.
Most likely.
So I want to confer with the party to see if they have any need for some splint mail. I don't believe as a rogue I can wear splint mail, so it's not terribly handy for me.
No, thank you. I prefer freedom of movement.
Cotton, it breathes, easy to move. I understand.
Exactly.
Dinar could wear it. However, it has a strength requirement of, I think, 15, and Dinar does not have 15 strength. So, I mean, honestly, we could probably sell this. Splint mail is not cheap. So, probably we could make a pretty penny off of this. Dinar would recommend not trying to sell it to this blacksmith, because this blacksmith probably would not take kindly to us coming back to his store. I mean, if you wanted to do it, you could probably get something, but Dinar thinks we should sell it if nobody wants to use it.
That was that was where I was headed. Perhaps this isn't the place to sell it, being so close to where it was found. We should probably bring it down the road a little bit and look to move it further down.
That would be ideal.
I've got an idea for a group name. How about the Greenest Group, or the Greenest Company? Because that's where we met.
I mean, I didn't meet Owen in Greenest. I met him here.
Oh, true, but it's sort of where we became a quartet, as it were. Just a thought.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll find something that fits.
We can call ourselves Bob.
Huh. It's sort of elegant in its simplicity, really.
Or we could let chat name the party with their channel points.
Hey.
Oh yeah, That always goes over
Yeah.
well.
Party
Dinar
McParty
doesn't
face.
understand what chat is, but for some reason he seems like it seems like this could be a good idea.
There's no requirement, guys. It's just something fun if you wanted to do. The night.
I mean, I'd be up for that.
Yeah, we could always do that. How many points?
I'm fine for that.
Use 3. Name the NPCs. So 1,500 points. I think you're about to get a name. And as the night goes on, you drink a little, you converse a little, you think a little, you talk more about what Leosin had to say about the cult, everything that you've learned, where you are. And it all really starts sinking into you that this is a pretty big deal. And if somebody doesn't do something about this cult, it could be bad for the entire Sword Coast. Like, they seem to be on a mission to push through and take over the world.
When I first met Leosin, I thought he was a little obsessed with this cult business, but maybe this is a lot worse than I thought.
Yeah. I mean, Dinar was inclined to take them seriously as soon as he found out they had an actual dragon with them, because Dinar certainly knows about chromatic dragons and knows that they're bad news basically no matter what they're doing. And the fact that this one seems organized is a terrible, terrible thing.
Well, if Leosin's on the job, I'm sure that he'll be able to figure it out, and we can do whatever we can to help.
Yeah, though at some point we are probably going to have to fight a dragon. And Dinar is a little bit nervous about that because he knows what happens when you try to fight a dragon.
Yeah, that's a scary thought.
Dog is working. All right. Anything else y'all want to do this night?
Not really. Garrow might see if the inn offers any sort of dessert because he's got a real sweet tooth, and he would flash the bartender his best goblinoid toothy tusked smile and request something sweet.
And the barkeep says, I would, but that trade caravan came through here yesterday and just wiped us out. Lucky we even have any mead left.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you anyway.
And they bought everything we have.
Trade caravan, you said. What were they trading?
No, well, they were just apparently just carrying some goods up north somewhere. I don't know.
More like a freight caravan.
Yeah, it was like 20 or 30 wagons. We get them sometimes, these long haul trade caravans where they're taking goods, from one end of the realm to the other. It happens. We just weren't expecting this one. A lot of wagons too, like 20 or 30 wagons.
Yeah,
One of those freight liner kind of things, right?
Yeah,
Those big jobs with
the big ones.
wheels.
Big wheels, yeah. Makes it easier for the horses to pull, apparently.
Indeed.
So they never did say where they were going, but they just said they were headed north.
They were headed north, were they? Yeah. Those big trade wagons, caravan things, they can't move real quick.
Not typically. Typically they don't move fast at all. I imagine they're probably this time of year. It's probably the heading up to Icewind Dale or Neverwinter, somewhere like that, to get snowed in for the winter time, and so they usually order all of their supplies in one group, and have them shipped up early before the snows set in and the passages get blocked.
Probably need their supply of berry jam. In wintertime, nothing is better than a fresh jar of berry jam.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Berry jam is delicious.
Now I'm going to be craving it.
All right.
That's going on Garrett's shopping list.
You know you're about a day behind the trade caravan at this point, and you have about 3 days, maybe. If you ride a little hard, you could probably get to El Toro in about 3 days. So
All right.
you can ride a little longer,
Did we
start a
at
little
least
earlier.
mention to the trade caravan, hey, might want to move around that place or wait a little bit before you go there, just in case.
What are you saying if you catch up with them?
Yeah. The
Yeah.
one thing Dinar is considering is presumably this trade caravan set out before the dragon before the cult of the dragon moved. So the cult of the dragon has probably seen them already. And if they wanted to take them out, they probably could have. But I don't know that for sure.
Oh, and did you share the state of disarray that you found things in, by the way? Just wanted to back up and check that.
In the cult chambers,
Yeah.
I did not.
Okay. Didn't know if that was I didn't know if you had caught that or not. Here it comes. We got he's only got 1,200. Somebody put a vote in. Ooh, the recaptures. Stop bots and the dragon cult. Not necessarily in that order. I actually like it. I like it. It's very clever. I like it.
That is.
All right, sure.
So the next morning you get up and you walk downstairs, you get your breakfast, you get ready to head out, and just pick the one with the bridge in it. No, the street lamps. You head down, you get your breakfast, and you all slept on it. You decide that that's a good name, and you scrawl it into the wall of heroes here at the tavern, and decide that, well, no time better than the present to get a move on. If you're gonna get there, you better get there, right?
Dinar is excited that in a couple thousand years, people will recognize that name as a fun.
Yes.
I was just gonna go with it was a Sylvan word.
Yeah.
Why not
You know,
both?
they'll look back on this tavern. Archaeologists will probably look back on this tavern and be like, "Whoa, these people were way ahead of their time."
So we're going to have to push the horses a little harder, huh?
If you want to get there any faster, then you could take the same amount of time traveling your 40-ish miles a day and get
Well,
there
I think
3 more days.
I think Daffodil can handle a little fast riding.
And I point out if this is in fact a freight caravan, perhaps they would have a little bit of berry jam.
Oh, all the more reason we should ride fast.
Indeed.
I imagine Dinar, who is a dragonborn wearing medium armor, looks at the horses like, "Oh, so do you want to pick up the pace?" And the horse is like, "No."
Reluctant.
I was like, what's all this with berry jam? I can go out and get you guys fresh berries anytime you want.
Well, yeah, but I think it's the what's it called, the sugar that really makes the berries a little bit better.
All right. And you all head out. You're riding a little harder. You're stopping only to water the horses, let them feed for a minute, water and snacks for yourselves, and then on again you go. You travel about another most of the day, and you can see the dust cloud ahead of you. It's a large dust cloud, just billowing from this freight caravan that's going north. And you think you could probably catch them before sundown if you wanted.
I say we give it a try.
Yeah, I assume they have to camp for the night too, so it might make sense to camp with them.
All right, you catch up with them, and the rear guard looks at you and says, "Go around, right off the road. This is we have the entire road for the next 4 miles. You'll have to ride off the road and go around. Sorry,
Yeah. I mean, are you camping for the night?
we don't stop. It's too dangerous."
I suppose that's fair.
Do you have any berry jam for sale?
What do I look like? Jelly maker? Oh, I'm a guard, man. Come on, just come on.
Okay, well,
You know anything about berry jam? Why you give rations, man? That's all they give us out here anyway. Bread and water, maybe some meat if we're lucky.
I see.
One thing I would like to ask you is, have you seen anything unusual moving through these woods? You know, presumably you're a guard. You keep watch of such things.
No, nothing unusual. Just typical road traffic. Nothing unusual at all.
Well, Daenerys going to turn to the rest of the party and probably a good idea that we should warn them about. So Daenerys going to turn to this guard and say, "All right, I would be careful heading further. We have reason to believe that there might be we have reason to believe that there might be a dragon in this vicinity."
A dragon, you say?
Teo's going to ask, hey, by the way, who's in charge of this group?
Oh, well, the guy's up front. I can't remember his name. He's just, he's the organizer. He keeps us all going,
Dinar, maybe we should speak with the guy in charge here. He probably, this guy's just a guard. He's keeping
That would
track
make
of the,
sense. Yes.
the horses and cleaning the trail as they go.
Yep, pretty much. We get the
Dinar
poopy
wishes
end
the
of
guard
the
well
trail.
with Dinar wishes the guard well with the classic, "I hope nothing of interest happens to you on this job," which is what every guard wants, of course.
Of course. And you ride on up a little bit further, looking for perhaps a more ornate wagon, maybe some kind of covered carriage that a organizer or someone might ride upon, but you just pass freight wagon after freight wagon after freight wagon. All of them are covered, completely enclosed boxes, basically. Not marked with any insignia. They're not marked with any branding or anything. They are just plain wooden boxes in plain wooden wagons.
All right.
And there is basically about every 10 wagons, there's a pair of horseback guards just trotting alongside of it.
Is that typical for wagon trains like this? Everything is covered just so that people don't see what is in
Sometimes
their wagons.
it depends on the wagons. Sometimes it's fruits and vegetables, and sometimes it's stuff that's covered up and nobody knows what's in it. It's not unusual. You keep asking around, and everybody says, "Yeah, there's a guy around here who tells us what to do," and they all just kind of point forward, but nobody ever gives you a name.
All right.
If you inquire to their destination, basically their next stop is looks like their next resupplying stop is in El Tour, where you are going.
All right. That's a little bit concerning. One thing Dinar is going to do, quietly, is he's going to ritual cast Detect Magic. Detect Magic says that it's blocked by 3 feet of wood. So presumably this, unless the interior of the wagons was blocked by something specifically trying to block Detect Magic, he could tell whether the contents of these wagons were magical. And he is just going to casually, quietly be on the lookout for anything that's obviously magical and could be potentially dangerous.
Okay. Yeah, you don't see any magical glow from any of the
Yeah,
boxes or wagons.
yeah. He wasn't really expecting to find anything.
Although
but
you do see something about the wagons themselves. And it's not so much magical, but it's something that as you're riding and you're looking at this, the wagons have a spring system in the wheels that kind of lightens the load. It keeps everything from bouncing really hard. Instead of a solid axle system, they have a kind of a spring, like a suspension, and it gives the wagons a smooth ride, as if not to jostle anything inside.
yeah, Dinar isn't enough of an engineer to know if that's like a typical feature of wagons carrying fruit, because I probably wouldn't want to eat a fruit that had been on the road for a few days in a bumpy wagon.
It would be pretty bruised up. Yeah.
So Dinar is just going to assume, for lack of better knowledge, he's going to relate this to the rest of the party, but he's going to assume that, oh, this is just something that they build into wagons so that they don't bruise up whatever fruit or something they're carrying.
Yeah, makes sense to me. There are a lot of wagons, though, and a lot of boxes.
I mean, presumably they don't want to do more than one of these shipments per year, because a wagon train like this is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, well, I guess they got enough guards.
And enough jam.
I can just imagine one of these boxes is filled with jam.
Does Owen have any reason to be suspicious of this wagon train? Like they're maybe hiding something?
Roll an insight on that. Nope. Oh,
Judging by the distances we've traveled thus far, we presumably move faster than the wagon train does, but we plan to rest for the nights, whereas they seem to be going continuously. Who does Dinar think will make it to the city first?
you'll probably beat them there by a full day,
All right.
at least.
So Dinar is quite reassured by that, because if there's actually just straight up a dragon in the city, they could turn around and let them know.
Okay.
So at that, Dinar's, if it's getting dark and his horse is getting tired, and his horse is probably getting tired, Dinar is ready to camp out for the night.
Yeah, settle down there, Daffodil.
Yep. It is getting kind of late. You all decide to camp for the night here and let the wagon train ride on.
Based on the time it took us to catch up with them, it seems like we're probably can catch up with them by halfway through the day or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does seems about accurate. So off into the distance, the wagon train continues to ride, whereas you stop and bed down for the night. It's a quiet night. Nothing extraordinary going on. Nothing really happening at all, actually.
I like quiet nights.
Yeah,
I get some of my best sleeping done on quiet nights.
you do. Indeed, some of the best sleeping occurs then. Yeah, you all sleep through the night, uneventful. Nothing happens. So you are ready to hop up and head out the next day. Anything you want to do?
Dinar is going to look at his spell list and just make sure, is there anything that he would really want to have in case of dragons?
In case of dragons, take the spell.
It says so right on top as like the footnote to the spell.
Yeah. All right. There is one spell I'm going to swap out because I realize nobody has this spell, and this is a spell that I think every party should have one of. I'm going to get Lesser Restoration. In case of paralysis.
Okay.
And I'm gonna drop probably silence. I'm gonna go grab what's the restoration.
All right. You all head on riding throughout the day. You do catch up with the wagon train about halfway through the morning. You left a little before dawn, just eating your rations and preparing to head out. Kind of brushing your horses, talking to them gently, telling them it's going to be okay. You're going to get there. It's just, going to take a little time. And you head out the next day. As you get into kind of the mid parts around the reaching woods, you hear the birds and the wind rustling through the trees. You pass the trade caravan. The guards wave at you friendly as you ride along. Gara makes s'mores 100%.
Gara would definitely wave back as they wave, very sort of friendly like.
Campfire and chili, is that like the D&D version of Netflix and chill?
Yeah.
Nice. The days ride on, and a couple of days now have gone by and you have had no run-ins with anyone. You passed the trade caravan and left them far behind you, and you make the turn eastward, or westward, I mean, towards El Turil. Riding through Scornborough, you know you're only a day away. You have everything you need, so unless you just want to stop here for anything in particular and get a room, maybe a bath, you've been on the road for a couple of days, but you're only a day from your destination.
All right. Well,
maybe a day and a half, judging by the measuring. They've got these spaced out a bit weird.
As we get to town, I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled for anybody that might have a berry jam for sale.
Yeah, they have a market there. Sure, you can have some berry jam. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna get 2 nice jars of berry jam and a container of honey.
Okay. All right. Two jars of berry jam and a container of honey. That's a silver piece will get you all that. So
Excellent.
also they have fresh bread here, anything like that you might want, and some sweet treats if Garo is interested in any sweet treats. Anyone else here at the farmers market can get anything that they would like as well.
Garo would hone in on any sort of unique sweet treats that he's never seen before, which he hasn't seen that many, but he likes to try new sweets.
They have a bread it's twisted, and it has a sweet mixture sprinkled on top of it. It's a little spicy, but it's sweet also.
I'll take one of those.
And they're
Garo
deep fried.
Munch into it and just, I think he's sent to a new level of
yes.
bliss.
Think deep fried cinnamon twists.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of where you're at.
Dinar, who is a dragonborn and has very different taste buds than all of these other people, is gonna like look at them and be like, I don't know why you guys like this stuff. And he's gonna go get some meat.
Yep. You replenish your meat supplies, your dried meats and smoked meats, and get a little bit of fresh stuff for today. And anything else?
I mean, there are
That's
a
it for
couple
me.
of
It's
things
just a
that
quick
I think
stop.
would be.
Owen's a simple guy with simple needs.
Yeah, this is just like a grocery store, right? We couldn't expect.
It's like
to
a
find,
market.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just like an open air market. You're passing through town. They have an open air market. It's about midday on your 5th day of travel.
Not expecting to find anything, but Dinar is going to look if they have potions.
Not in the market. No, you would have
Yeah,
to go out into town and
How
try
long
to
would
find
that
a shop.
take?
By the time you tie up your horses, do everything. It's going to take you about a half a day to get through there. And
Probably not if we're rushing.
Scornbowl is a pretty good sized town. They would have it, but it would take a while to get through town and get there.
Yeah. So we very much need to beat the caravan, and I would also like to just hurry in general. So Denard will put that idea on the back burner while remembering that if he does reach a place that has potions, he will check it out.
If you're not
There's a
rushing,
couple
you're a
of things.
dragonborn. Nice. All right.
Well, Teo, you found did you find some jam?
I found a little bit. Yes.
Ah, good job. No, these fried cinnamon things are something special. I tell you that.
Oh,
And,
they look delicious.
I would share one with Teo if I've got one to share.
Maybe
Oh.
you guys should dip one in some of the jam.
Taking
Oh,
the words
now
right
you're-
out of my mouth as
Now you're
the
thinking.
share and share alike happens. I bust open the one of the jars of berry jam and we tuck into it, shall we say?
All right, I definitely enjoy that. And Garrow is on the moon. This is just what is needed before a long, hard ride and dangerous mission.
That's right.
Weird city dwellers.
Yep.
Yeah, I've always found that cities have the best sweets. Sometimes I even find them in the garbage, but they're usually fine. You just dust them off a little bit.
Denard is going to politely not reply to that.
Yep. Cities are cool.
Yes. All right. You guys feast on the cinnamon bread and berry jams for dinner and enjoy your sweet treats and meats. Owen, I take it you probably wander off in the woods and find something for yourself there, not processed, something more natural.
Yeah, we'll do that.
And the night passes again uneventfully. Forgotten Realm churros. Nice. Yeah, absolutely. Again, the night passes uneventfully, and you travel on in the morning, hunting a little if you'd like, feeding your horses their oats and whatnot, getting ready and heading out to El Turul. And you travel most of the day, and you see it there coming into view later on in the early afternoon. A fairly good sized town. Maybe about the size of Greenest, maybe a little bigger. And it sits, this road you've traveled for the last 2 days is running right alongside of a river. You can kind of look over it, and it's the Kyanthar River. I guess it's kind of hard to say, for me at least. And El Turul sits right in a big bend of the river. The river kind of bends around, and they built the town right there in it.
One thing I will also say, Dinar, who is not like super great with animals, is going to offer some of his meat to the horse and said, "Do you want this?" And the horse says, "Nay." So Dinar's like, "All right."
And the horse says, "Nay, nay."
Garrow's animal handling is decent with a +5, so I think he's pretty good with Daffodil.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Owen just stares at him like, what?
As you get to see into town a little closer, you notice that there is a ball of light hovering over the city. It illuminates everything above the city, and you've heard stories of this town before. This light that keeps the dead away. It's basically visible from everywhere in town. It illuminates the city day and night. And you can see it from a good ways away. As you get into town, people are around. You know, you came here looking to meet up with Leosin. He did not give you a location to meet him. He just said, "Meet me in El Turul." So
Yeah, that's kind of his style. He's real mysterious like, but
totally,
I'm sure we'll find him or he'll find us.
you find yourselves walking your horses as you get into town. The streets get a little crowded, and you don't want to trample anyone, so you dismount and walking your horses. And you come across a tavern called a pair of black antlers is the name of the tavern.
Well, Denara is going to at least have a look inside.
Sure.
So I'm going to guess that with that light up there, there's several shutter salesmen in town.
Yes, shade salesman.
And
And
an
this is where I
enormous
see
pile of dead
the map
bugs
of the other
beneath it.
tavern is rotated 90 degrees. And it's like, oh, yes, you enter a new town.
What's that, Teo?
And an enormous pile of dead moths beneath it.
Yes. Oh, I love it. I love it. You guys are great. You open the tavern. Gentle music plays inside. As you look in, it's a fair number of people for an afternoon in the tavern. You do see Leosin sitting at one of the tables with another person. You assume the person that he said he was going to meet, who was Onthar Froome. And a third gentleman sits at the table with him. You can tell they're discussing something very troubling.
All right. Well, Dinar is going to go talk to Leosin and say, we made it. Also, not sure if you can do anything about this right now, but DM IRL is drooping in from the side.
Whatever.
Oh, well.
Not too worried about it.
All right.
It's because I
So-
keep rolling my chair back and bumping my green
Does
screen.
does Leosin notice us before we walk over?
No, he is engaged in conversation. Pretty solid conversation here.
Guys, maybe we should play it cool for a minute until he's finished with that conversation. We don't want to, spoil his undercover work if that's what he's doing.
When we walk into the bar area, I'm going to look around for the job board and take a look and see what jobs happen to be available on the board.
If Leosin doesn't see us, I'm going to go try to sit sort of behind him close by and see if I can hear what he's talking about.
Okay. That's what you two are doing. Dinar, Garo kind of grabbed you, but wait. Don't go yet.
If Garo does that, Garo clearly knows Leosin better than I do, so Dinar will take his advice and sort of stand back.
Yeah, just sort of waiting for the conversation, and then with Owen sitting nearby, they have at least an ear close to the conversation.
Okay. And a minute or two goes by. Teo, you're studying the job board. It's really not much of interest. Pretty typical stuff. Weed my garden, kind of. Just very generic, general handyman stuff. Nothing of great interest.
No requests for chairs, stools, small boxes.
There's one post that asks, looking for someone to repair a chest.
Oh, chest.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'll take note of it and speak with the bartender about how do I track down whatever the person is or the connection for the chest.
Okay. Yeah, and he'll tell you, yeah, that's that old bat. She's had this chest for 100 years, probably. Every month or two, she comes in here and says she needs it fixed, and nobody ever helps her out. She should probably be in here tonight. I'll point her out to you if I see her.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Quite welcome. Something to drink for you, traveler.
Do you have anything sweet?
Yes, we have several sweet things. So have some sweet wines. We have sweet ales. What would you like?
I'll go with the sweet ale. I'll get a large pint of the sweet ale. But say that it's not for me. It's for my friend, and I'll point out the bugbear to the bartender and have him send it over.
Oh, you're with him. Fine, we'll bring it over in a minute. He doesn't look happy about this, but he's willing to accommodate.
Yeah, Garo's just sitting over at a table by himself, or if anyone else is there, they can join him. But sort of waiting for now for Leosin to notice them and initiate some sort of conversation with us.
Okay. Let's say Owen, Dinar, and Gara all kind of find a table close by. You are listening to the conversation, and you hear Leosin describing to these other two individuals what happened at Greenest, what he's afraid of. And obviously he's doing this kind of in a hushed tone, but you can make out what he's talking about because you know the story. And you hear him say a name as he's talking to this person that's right across from him. Onthar, you have to believe me. We have to rally. We have to start banding together or we'll never stop the cult. And Onathar says, yeah, but how are we going to do it? We're so fractioned. We're so splintered. No one wants to join together anymore. Not after what happened last time. You know, everybody just wants to keep it their own selves. Onthar is a built, strong, heavy-duty person. In fact, you may even, some of you know of the legends of Onthar. He is a paladin of Torm, well known for his conquests and fight against evil. He looks around the room kind of hesitantly. Yeah, Garo, you definitely know who Onthar Foom is. And Leosin says, yeah, I know, Onthar, but look, I've got the Harpers. And you've got the Torm, the Paladin of Torm connection with all the church and the folks there. The Order of the Gauntlet. I think that's what you guys call yourselves, right? Well, yeah, it's the Order. It's exactly what we call ourselves. He says, maybe we could band together. Maybe we could band together and start something against the Cult of the Dragon. I've met some warriors. They're good. They drove them out. They drove them out of Greenest, just the 4 of them. And with that, you kind of feel a little boost of pride about yourselves, knowing that Leosin is talking about you, being the 4 of you driving the Cult of the Dragon out of Greenest. And the third person kind of looks up and he kind of looks over at your table. And then you see him nudge Onthar, and Onthar looks up. And he leans back down and you hear the words Dragonborn and Bugbear kind of said together. You didn't hear much else. And Leosin says, yeah, why? And Onthar just kind of nods his head in your direction, and Leosin turns around and he sees you, and you've made it! And he runs over to your table. How was your journey? Tell me all about it. We must hear what happened. You must... But it is getting
I've got
late.
some good news and some bad news.
I tell you what.
So the good news is...
Well, how about you rest up tonight? let me finish what we're doing with Onthar. Let me introduce you. And he waves Onthar over, and this young person gets up next to him, and one step behind, one step to the right, follows Onthar over to your table. And he is a broader man than he looks sitting down. See if I can find his actual description here. It does not give it to me, but he is a beast of a man. He's just about as round as he is tall, though. So, you could tell his best fighting days are probably behind him, but at one time he was a great fighter for sure.
Dinar is going to bow and say, "It's an honor."
And he says, "Oh, no, not tonight, not tonight. Stand and be one with us."
Yeah. But there is something I need to tell you really bad that I think is important. But maybe we should go somewhere private.
Yes, not here. Let me finish, and I will send for you.
Very well.
Get some food. It's on me. And he looks at the barkeep. Feed them whatever they want. And how about right here? Probably is a good spot to take a break. Omgar
right.
will and Leosin do the introductions. They wander back off to their table. You all get your food.
Darrow drinks his sweet mead and then promptly will order another and probably another after that and say thanks.
All right.
Right on. So you all are imbibing in food and drink. We're going to take a quick break and get our own little food and drink. Here's some snacks for us.
Sounds good.
But we'll be back in probably about 10 minutes, folks. So hang in there with us. Get your own snacks. We'll be right All right, we're back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around with us, and thanks for watching that ad. Thanks again out to Some Old Pirate and Angie Pops for the follows at the beginning of the stream. Hope that you all are enjoying the show as much as we're enjoying being a part of it. You're helping us get to that 125 follower mark where we're going to give away an RPG. So thank you so much for hitting that. We've got 13 to go. We're at 112. So we've got 13 more followers to go. So
Just to be clear, we're not talking about a rocket-propelled grenade.
no, that's correct. No, I'm not.
I mean, presumably not. Yes.
No, role-playing game. Role-playing game.
Are you even allowed to give away an RPG? I assume you're not.
I mean, as long as it's inert, I imagine you could. Like
On the dark web, you know.
the dark web. All right, folks. Jumping back into game here because we don't want to set off any alarms on the Twitch bot network of our.
Yeah,
Station.
let's talk about something else.
We're going to talk about something else. Later that night, you're still in the tavern, kind of. You've had a few drinks. There have been a few arm wrestling contests going around the bar. Anyone want to join in any of those festivities?
No, because Dinar, as imposing as he looks as a dragonborn, has a strength of 6.
Garrow, after a few sweet ales, would probably arm wrestle some people just for fun. And he'd go over and sit down at a table and arm wrestle.
Cool. So yeah.
And Teo's going to keep his eye out for that lady with the great chest.
Right. The lady with the great chest. Teo's always looking for the lady with the great chest. Owen, how about you? Is there anything you want to get involved with?
No, just going to keep my eye on the room and keep my relative isolation from strangers.
Very well. Very well. Go roll a couple of strength rolls for me.
Strength or athletics?
You have athletics, so use athletics.
Yep, I am a strong monk. And so couple 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, sure, 3. Yeah, and in quick succession, you put the first guy, bam, right down, just slam him to the table, and everyone, ooh, and you see a couple of guys that are kind of frustrated. And apparently, there's some betting going on in the background.
Okay.
The second guy, he comes and sits down and squares up with you, and it's actually a little bit of a challenge. He almost gets you, but then you find it in you to come back, and you put him down after just a few more seconds. And then this third guy, he looks to be as strong as you. He comes up and sits down, you square up, you lock arms, and the room kind of goes almost quiet as everyone is stopped.
Ooh,
and just
some betting's going on, I bet.
Oh yeah, some guys are putting some money down. Teo, you're watching all the gold transfer back and forth, and you're hearing the clink of coins. And you square up and you lock in, and the guy's hands on top of both of yours, the referee, if you will, and he says go, and it is a deadlock for a minute or so. You're just back and forth, a couple inches, a couple inches, a couple inches, a couple inches. Then he starts to get the better of you. You've been through 2 matches in the last 15 minutes. Your arm is sore, but you find the strength and you square him right back up to the top, and you're holding him there. And
tap into my key.
Yeah, you tap in and you start to pin him down, and he gives a little resistance, and then you feel something
Just a little.
pop in his arm. he screams in pain, and you slam his hand down to the table. As you break his elbow, his whole elbow just kind of blows out, and he's just writhing in pain, screaming, and everyone looks at you and then erupts into cheers as you have beaten the champion of the arm wrestling here at the tavern. And you hear some applause above all the cheering. And
Hero feels very triumphant. He feels a little bad about breaking the guy's arm, but you know, these are the risks you take in one of these events.
That's right. That's right. It is. And
goblinoids, the goblins he grew up with, they played rough.
Yep. And people kind of disperse a little bit, and some of the guys are just shaking their heads and like, I can't believe it. You hear him talking, man, he's a lot stronger than he looks, and you know, so everybody goes back to kind of talking about their stuff, and the night wears on. While all this is going on, Teo, you do see a woman sitting over by the fireplace. An older lady sitting by herself.
I'll approach and ask if by any chance she knows anybody who is looking for a chest to be repaired.
And yeah, as you're heading over, the barkeep actually sees you and goes, "Yeah, that's her." And she says, "Oh yes, in fact, I do. My father's built me a hope chest when I was just a young girl, and it's starting to fall apart. Do you happen to know how to work on these sorts of things?"
Oh, I've had some experience working with chests, but you know, it really depends on the condition, the type of wood, what kind of repair it needs. I would have to see it to be able to judge if I can or can't help you.
Well, that wouldn't be a problem. I could meet you tomorrow, perhaps. I was hoping someone would be able to fix it. It's said my father's built it for me. Had it since I was just a small child.
Well, if it's not, you know, too much of an inconvenience, you know, perhaps you can show me your chest now.
Sir, how dare! Oh, you mean my hope chest? I'm sorry.
Well, yes,
My
that's what we're
apologies.
talking about.
And she says, I could, I suppose. It's not too late. I shouldn't wake them. They'll probably still be awake. She's a little apprehensive, but she agrees. And about the time the arm wrestling match is over, you're heading out the door with the old lady. She says she lives just right up the street, not far at all. You gonna tell anybody where you're going?
Yeah, so the question is, Garo has finished his match, but there's still some din and commotion going on at the moment. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Darrow's probably intoxicated on victory and lots of sweet ale.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Gotcha. So I think what I'm going to do is as we are leaving, I'm going to quick message Owen where I'm headed to. You know, I'm going to go check out this lady's chest.
And you get this whisper of words in your mind. Do you respond? You can give a reply.
Yeah, just basically an affirmative type message. I hear you.
Can you communicate raised eyebrows via telepathy?
All right. So you head off with the the lady. Dinar, what about you? What are you doing this night?
Well, after seeing what happened, Dinar is going to pull out his healer's kit and offer to bandage up the person's arm.
Nice. Yeah. He will take you up on that.
Alright. So he's going to, carefully, at least make sure that, this will hurt for a little bit, but I want to make sure that at least your arm heals properly to the point where it's not permanently damaged. So he's going to very carefully bandage it up, basically say, hold it, hold it for a couple of weeks, unfortunately, until these bones heal, and don't put too much pressure on it. You know how these things go.
All right. Well, thanks. I appreciate the repair. Your friend's pretty strong there. He's wouldn't have took him to be that tough of a guy. He's pretty strong. He'll be useful, I'll be sure and tell Unthar about him.
Yeah, I mean, he has done much more productive things with that strength than beat someone at arm wrestling. I'll just put it that way.
So we've heard. You're the group that ran the dragon cult out of Greenest, aren't you?
Yes, indeed. We do our best. However, the dragon cult is still at large, so we're doing our best to investigate and try and find out what they might be doing.
I hear dragons keep a big treasure hoard. Did you find their treasure?
Definitely not a hoard befitting a dragon, no.
But you found their treasure. Was it a lot? Was it worth it? Was it worth all the death?
Was it worth all the death? Absolutely not.
Then why do it? What's the point? You're not worth it.
Dinar is going to gesture to his garb, and he says, I'm a cleric of Bahamut. This is my duty.
Oh, you clerics and paladins and holy people. God. You all have a duty, an honor, and just kill things to kill things, man. Just take a stand against what's right and what's wrong. And he kind of goes off on a little tirade about his own little, since he's not much of a religious type.
Yeah.
Just do what's right to do what's right. He says, well, thank you for this. That's at least doing what's right for me. And, so do I offer you any payment?
No.
Very well.
That was all right.
Well, I appreciate you. We have a good night. And he gets up from the table and heads up the stairs, actually. Teo, jump back over to you with the old lady. You walk a couple of blocks down the street. She comes to a small house. And she says, just this way, and walks you inside. It's a modest house. Pretty simple.
Okay.
Like about a three-room cottage kind of house. And there's this chest. It's about a foot locker size. And it's old. Very old. And you haven't seen anything this old ever. You had to guess it's probably 250 years old.
Excellent. I'm going to take some time and study the construction, really look at the joints, try to identify what the problem area was, try to look at why it failed and where it failed and how it failed. Really take a very close look at the chest.
Sure. Go ahead and give me an investigate on that. And you have woodworking tools. Is that correct?
I do.
Okay. So in those tools, you probably have some small little picks and things that you use, chisels, files, that sort of thing as well. You definitely see the problem area. It looks like the dovetail joints on one of the corners have been eaten by some termites.
Ah,
And the corner is failing, the dovetails. Maybe it was, she tells you that she kept it pushed up against the wall in her bedroom underneath the window. As you know, termites love wood and water. And so these things probably led to a termite trail getting up there and eating it. You don't see any active termites at the time, but you do see the damage caused. It's fairly significant, and it can be repaired, but it would take a pretty good skill to repair it, which you think you have.
well, of course I have it. It's obvious. Um, so I point out these problems, the problem area. I open the chest up, and if is there anything in the chest?
There's a blanket folded up in the bottom.
Okay.
But other than
I
that,
take the blanket out of the chest. I tip the chest up on edge and inspect the bottom and look for any identifying maker's mark or anything like that. I try to identify the wood, that kind of stuff.
okay. Yeah, the wood, it's made from a tree that comes from the marshlands far in the north. Probably akin to something that we would know in real life as a cypress kind of tree. You do know that it comes from the northern marshland. It's typically pretty resistant to water, but when it gets this old, not much is. It just, all the tree oil is dried out of it. On the bottom, you see it says for Josephine, and it says happy birthday 8 on the bottom of the chest. So she was given this at her 8th birthday. Like I said, it looks to be about 200 years old.
So this is where I start pointing out all that I've learned about the chest, the construction. I point out the particularly fine joints that are still intact on the chest. I praise its construction and such, and then I swing back around and ask about the history, the provenance of this particular chest. How did she come by it? Who made it? Can you give me a little bit more? All of this kind of stuff is very helpful when dealing with these kinds of things.
Right, yeah, my father made it for me and gave it to me as a small child. I was, only about 8, I suppose, and it was filled with toys and trinkets and glittery things that he had found from his travels. And he told me he made it upon the road so that he could store things for me that he found. You see, my father was a traveling businessman. He would go on long trips and come back and give us all fine gifts.
Interesting. Well, after pointing out all of the damage and such, I ask, and what were you looking to try to do with the chest? What is your end goal or objective with it?
Well, I have a new granddaughter that's going to be born. I'd like to pass it on to her. Keep it in the family, Maybe she can have it for a while as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't catch. What is your family name?
Oh, my family. Oh, yes. How silly of me. I don't even think I've told you my name. My name is Josephine, and my family's had a few names over the years, but I married and then unmarried, and as he passed away, and I go by my maiden name now. Josephine
Well, as she is, pausing there for a moment, I will interject and give the DM a chance to look up that random name table and come up with the appropriate name. Well, I give a little bit of a backstory about myself. My name is Teo. I talk about the guild that I work for, a little bit of backstory about me. I tell her about the chair that I made, the exceptional chairs that I make and that kind of stuff.
That sounds wonderful. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Teo. Josephine Vashina is my name and my family name. Vashina, you may know as well. It's not a human name, and she kind of laughs. My family tends to live a little bit longer than others.
Oh, really? Why is that? Why is that?
Oh, we have a little. Well, don't tell anybody, but we have a little elf in us, just a little.
A little elf.
Yeah,
Interesting.
It's
Interesting.
the family's dark secret.
The family's dark secret. I see. And who did you say your mother was?
Oh, I didn't.
All right. Okay. And then I'll go on and ask, what exactly were you looking to try to do with the chest? You're just trying to get it back into a position where you can open and close the lid? Are you looking to try to restore it back to original condition?
Well, not so much original. I just like to have the damage repaired so it doesn't fall apart when we fill it up with things. I want to be able to keep it in the family for a while and make it usable again.
Well, see, a repair like this on such a fine chest, it takes a while. Something like this you could be looking at 3-4 weeks worth of work just to get this chest back into condition.
Oh dear, that's quite a while.
Oh yeah, well, and I go into the description of the wood again, and about trying to procure a source for this wood, and trying to match wood grain and dovetail construction, and the amount of fine tuning that's required, and I just really start going into it. And I said, but it really depends what level of repair. If you're just looking for something that's utilitarian, perhaps I can fix this up for you.
Well, let's start there then. How much would something like, I mean, could you do it a little faster? 3 or 4 weeks is a long time to be without it. And I only just met you. I don't even know where you're from.
Oh, didn't I tell you my backstory? Oh, let me tell you my backstory. Insert backstory into
Right.
Conversation here.
Yep. And she just is enthralled. And go ahead and roll a persuasion for me. As you're trying to woo her and oh yes. So she is wooed and convinced and willing to eventually let you do this for name your price. With a 24, you can pretty much name your price.
24. Name my price. Well, normally work like this, restoration work like this, if it was construct from new, that's different, but restoration work like this, it takes time and money. We'd be looking at something in the neighborhood of 200 gold.
Oh, good heavens, that's quite expensive.
Oh, but look at the craftsmanship, the artistry done in.
Yes,
and I start
yes.
going into the joints again, and
I think that's a bit high. I really didn't want to spend more than maybe 50 gold trying to get it fixed up.
50 gold.
That's a little bit more in I'm on a fixed income.
Fixed income. I see. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the chest with me. I will make the repairs that I can for tonight. And I will bring the chest back to you in the morning. Take a look at it, and we'll discuss price at that time.
I thought you said it could take weeks.
Yes, it can, but as you pointed out, you want it done quickly. And as you know, in many things, you have a choice of three things. Do you want it done well? Do you want it done quickly? Or do you want it done cheaply? Unfortunately, in life, you only get to choose two of those three things.
I understand. Very well. I suppose I could see you tomorrow then.
All right. So I take the chest and head back to wherever it is that we were bunking
Yes.
up for the night.
The tavern. And as you're gone there, the rest of the group is kind of gathered back at the table, sitting around. You come back in just in time to see the short, younger person that was with Onthar earlier at your table of your party and talking to them for a minute. And everyone else, as you're there, the young man walks up and he says, "Hello, I'm Onthar Form's squire, and he has been quite impressed with the deeds that Leosin has told him you have accomplished, and also with the pure raw strength of your friend here defeating our strongest warrior in our group.
Oh, I thank you.
Onthar would like to see you tomorrow. Would you be available for a meeting?"
Yes, we would.
Lovely. This is the location where he would like to meet you. And he hands you a scroll. It's at the temple to Torm in the meeting room for the Order of the Gauntlet.
All right.
Teo, you come in about the time that the squire is leaving.
All right. Well, I'll did we have a room in this tavern? Is that what we're
Yeah, I think we're planning to stay, so we should get rooms or have rooms.
Yeah, you have not secured lodging as of yet.
So I will join the party and ask them, hey guys, what is our plan for lodging for this evening?
Yeah, I'm getting pretty sleepy. That sweet ale.
It's good stuff.
Yeah. I say we stay here for the night. Maybe the bartender's got enough room for us.
Well, Denara is going to go ask, do you have free rooms?
Our rooms are not free, except for you. Onthar has already secured your lodging for the night. Here are your keys. He told me just to build the Order of the Gauntlet for you.
Yeah. I meant free as in vacant, but yes.
I know, but he's
Innkeeper humor.
innkeeper humor. Yes.
All right.
But yes, you all have secured a room for yourself. Each one of you has your own room. Instead of having to double or triple up, you are each in your own room.
Excellent.
And Garrow will promptly go and pass out in his room and snore the night away.
Very well. Anyone else doing anything other than sleeping?
I'm going to spend some time working on the chest.
Okay. Go ahead and you can use your woodworker's tools to make some repairs there. Let's see how it goes.
Do our rooms have windows to the outside?
Yes, they do.
I'm going to just spend some time watching the street to see if I can just see anything odd or unusual.
Odd or unusual. Okay. You don't see anything odd or unusual, but you do see patrols of guards walking the streets, and you see they all have on their shields or armor, if they're wearing plate mail, you see the hand of Torm. You recognize it. It is a inward facing palm. It's kind of a bluish color, and it's embroidered on everything. And they all have also, in that same blue steel, a gauntlet that they wear on their right hand.
I'll make note of that and relay that information to the party in the morning.
Okay.
Dinar is going to say a prayer to his god for the safety of the caravan. He's going to say, a lot of good people's lives depend on making sure that what he presumes is food and food and supplies gets to where it needs to go. So he's hoping and going to ask his god for some kindness that it's able to make it there and is not intercepted or destroyed.
Okay.
And after that, he's going to go to sleep.
You send your prayer, and Garo is snoring away in his sweet mead coma. Teo, you're working on this thing, and for the life of you, you cannot get these dovetails apart. You just cannot get the ones. You have to disassemble the whole thing to make the repair and then put it back together. You can't even get the lid off this thing. You are struggling.
Wow, this thing is really well made. Must have. I don't know who the craftsman was, but I did a very nice job with this. I'm gonna sleep on it, shall we say? Put my tools down and cut my losses here and go. You know what? I'm gonna sleep on this, and when I wake up in the morning, I'll cross my fingers that I can look at it with a set of fresh eyes.
Right on. You curl up to go to sleep. Dinar, you sent your prayer to your God, and you roll over and go to sleep, and you find yourself in a dream. In front of you stands a woman, beautiful woman. Her hair is almost like phoenix fire. It's constantly waving and changing. And she looks at you and she says, Why would you? Why would you ask for such a thing? You should know better. You recognize this woman in your dream to be one of the avatars of your god. And she says, You have asked for protection of our sworn enemy. Why would you do such a thing?
Dinar is going to, basically, the realization is going to come cascading down, and he's like, oh no.
Oh dear, I've made a horrible mistake.
That is exactly what he's going to say. It's like, but basically, as soon as he says that, Dinar is now going to understand, oh, okay. And presumably the person in front of him realizes that Dinar realizes now, oh, he now realizes the truth that.
Do you see the error of your ways?
Yes, I do.
And how shall you make penance for this? You have angered your god. Do you wish me to dish the penance, or should you make your own?
Which would you have?
Usually it's best to make your own.
I'm giving you the choice, but if you don't choose quickly, because I have a lot of other calls to make, I will make the decision. Fine. Send to me your penance in your next set of prayers, your daily mornings. You shall tell me, and if it is not suitable, I shall see you on the morrow, and you shall be then doing what I say you should pay penance with, and trust me, you will not like it. You should not like what you do either, but what I have in store for you will be much worse. Make it right with your God, or she shall abandon you.
Of course.
And she's gone, and you are awake. You're sitting bolt upright in your bed, looking around your room, sweating a little bit, shaking, your heart racing. You know the truth now. You know what has happened. You gonna try to go back to sleep?
No. No, Dinar's going to go out and he's going to basically say, I have to intercept that caravan.
You gonna go out on your own
Yes.
in the middle of the night?
Dinar realizes that this is a terrible idea, but he also realizes that his god expects penance. So what he's going to do is he's going to go out and try and intercept the caravan. But he's also like, oh, this is such a terrible idea.
You could leave a
But at
note.
the same time, like, he's going to check on the rest of the party and make sure, like, are they still securely asleep? Because he also feels like, he does not deserve to wake them up. So if they're all asleep and no one will accompany him, he's going to go out on his own. He can see in the dark. And he's going to go try and do something.
All right. Yeah, everyone is probably asleep at this point. Owen might be the only one that's not sleeping.
Yeah.
Most I do is trance.
Yeah, so all the doors are closed. You listen at each door, and you don't hear anything on the other side of the doors except at Garrow's. You hear him snoring quite loudly.
Yeah.
But I am trancing in front of the window in case something it snaps me out of it. I can quickly see it.
Right.
You might have heard Dinar approaching the door. I'm not sure.
Make a perception roll because you are in trance. So otherwise, it would just be passive. But let you make a perception. Yeah. You actually do hear some footsteps outside your door. They stop. It's quiet for a few seconds. And then you hear footsteps fading, going down the hall. They stop again. You presume about the distance to the next door. And you know that's Teo's room. You hear them start again and then kind of fade off. But it sounds as if someone's walking down the hall and stopping at each door.
All right. So I'm going to look out on the street again.
Yep. And after a few minutes go by, you see Dinar trying to kind of stealthily move his way through the shadows out of the tavern and across the street. He looks back. Dinar, roll a perception. See if you see Owen looking out the window at you. By the way, perception is one of my favorite all-around checks. You do. You see Owen sitting at his window, just looking out, looking directly at you. You thought you were hiding, but he sees you.
Well, Dinar is going to like lock eyes with Owen, and then he's going to turn around and continue heading toward the caravan.
Heading out towards the outside of the city. Okay. Owen, what do you do?
So how far away is he from me now?
I don't know, 30 feet or so, probably 20 feet down, 10 feet across the street.
I mean, I guess I could easily catch him by running out and going.
You have the opportunity, yeah. If you move now, otherwise he'll be.
Actually, I'm going to do something different.
Okay.
This might be a little bit of a waste, but if about 30 feet away. I'm going to teleport right beside him.
All right. And right next to you, Dinar, Owen just appears. A second ago, he was in the window, right, and then he's immediately right next to you.
So Dinar like is taken aback and snaps to the side. It's like, what? And you can tell like he's really, really on edge.
Yep. A silvery mist descends into the air as he appears next to you.
Heading out somewhere?
I have to go. I received word during the night that that wagon train is the cult of the Dragon Queen undercover. I'm not sure where the dragon is, but that is not just a train of traitors.
If you choose to go, I'm going with you.
All right, I'm trying to think of some way that I could slow them down somehow, or Like I don't think I could destroy that whole train by myself without a massive fire or something, but I want to at least slow them down because presumably when they get to this town, they are the ones who are going to be threatening to it. And I was told that I need to do whatever I can to slow them down.
Maybe we could block their path somehow.
That could help too.
Because a wagon train that large would not be able to go off road very easily.
Yeah, so if we could obstruct the road, that would help. That would at least force them to clear it. If we could obstruct the road with something they couldn't clear, that would be even better.
About that time, you hear a voice coming from down the street. Hey, you two. What are you doing?
I'm going to go look and see who it is.
It is one of the guard patrol, one of the guards. You see that hand of Torm on his chest plate, the blue steel gauntlet on his right hand. He looks at you and he goes, "Aren't you Laoson's people? What are you doing out? There's a curfew here."
There is? Oh, I'm sorry for breaking it, but there's something that couldn't wait.
It can't wait till morning.
Yes.
But is there a dragon in town? And they all start kind of laughing.
Not yet, but I have reason to believe there will be soon.
Perhaps this is something you should tell Laoson and Onthar. Don't you think that we should be, told of these things so that we can defend our city? He kind of is a little snarky at you.
Well, where are they? Do you think they would want to be woken up?
If you really think there's a dragon coming, then yeah, we should probably wake them up. I mean, I know Onthar is this is his city. It's his home. He would want to defend it.
All right, where does he sleep?
He's in the temple, and he says we could take you there.
Okay, thank you.
And they take you to the temple. You and Owen, I suppose you guys. He asked, "Do you want to go get the rest of your group, or is it just you guys?"
I'll stay with him for now.
So just you two. Okay.
Probably
Stay with him
best
for now
like Garrett
because
sleep
it
while
seems like
up.
he's about to do something really stupid. So
I'm about to do something really stupid.
He leads you to the temple. He says, "Wait here," and you're inside the temple. And he walks away, comes back a minute later. Says, just a moment, and Onthar will see you. He is readying himself, and a few minutes later, he comes out with a long sleeping robe on, with the hand of Torm on it as well. He says, "What
My
is this?"
sincerest apologies for waking you, but this is something that can't wait. The cult of the Dragon Queen is coming.
Yeah, we know. It's what I wanted to talk to you about tomorrow.
Yes. So that wagon train is them. They're undercover.
Yes, we know.
Okay. I also know that there is significant chance that they are. All right. So we went to their cave where they store the dragon eggs. You know that they have dragon eggs, yes?
Yes, Laoson has briefed me on all of this.
Yes, they were black dragon eggs.
Oh, they were black dragon. We assumed
Yes.
they were blue dragons, but they were black dragon eggs. Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting twist.
We also, I assume you heard that we destroyed the dragon eggs.
Well, that's what I had assumed because you were still alive. So
Yes.
I was hoping to hear all of this tomorrow. But since you're here, you can go ahead and fill me in and save us some time in the meeting tomorrow.
All right. Well, Dinar is going to fill them in of what happened, and then he basically said, "I made a huge mistake, and I'm going to go try and slow them down as much as I can."
I don't think that is wise. One, to do alone, and two, to do it all. If our intelligence is correct, and this is all stuff I'll share with you all in more detail tomorrow at our get together, but if our intelligence is correct, they're only moving their treasure. There's no danger in that caravan. It's only their treasure that they're moving. So we
where's
have
the
an
dragon?
idea. We don't know. That's part of our idea. we would like for you and your friends to join us here with the Gauntlet of the Order of the Gauntlet, and Laeson's group, the Harpers. Maybe if we can all band together, you four could infiltrate the caravan as new guards. Maybe take out a couple of the old ones, slip in their place or something. Maybe you might stand out a little bit, but
Yeah, I think I
perhaps
would
we could
stand out
help
a
with
lot.
that. We could probably help with that. I know a few things, a few people. Um, I'd love to talk to you about this. Please don't make
Yeah.
any rash decisions tonight.
Very well. I
They are
apologize for
still
everything.
they
and
are
I'll see you in the
still
morning.
over a day away. They move slowly. I think we'll be fine. Let's talk more tomorrow about the plan. I appreciate that you're willing to do something about it, but this sense of urgency is reckless. I don't know why you've suddenly had the sense of urgency all of a sudden. We met earlier. You seem to be having a wonderful time. So,
I made a mistake that I plan to correct, but I agree. We can wait until morning.
very well, very well. Well, then I shall see you in the morning at the prescribed time and place. Until then, please sleep soundly and rest.
Sure.
You may need it soon.
All right.
May
So
the blessings of Torm be with you. And he raises his
Indeed.
hand to you and
Mm.
turns around and heads back to his bedchamber.
And Dinara's going to go on their way.
and the guard said, "Come on, we'll escort you back and take you back to the tavern, get you back inside." The rest of the night is pretty uneventful. You shared all the details of your dream, what your god said, or did you just basically say, "I realized I made a mistake"? Like,
All right. I trust Owen. Knowing this, while I definitely, this is a paladin of Torm. I have in fact just met this person, and so I wouldn't tell them specifically. Like, I would make it known that I made a mistake and realized something this night, but I would not specifically say that it was a message from Bahamut. But
Okay.
Owen, I would say that it was a message from Bahamut.
okay, all right,
And basically, he said, Bahamut said, "I need you to make amends for making a terrible mistake." And my plan for how to do that was I was going to try and intercept the caravan and prevent them from getting here. But it seems like that's not going to happen tonight.
all right. So you get back. You try to sleep. It's restless. You're anxious. You're worried. You don't get a lot of good sleep. A few hours, though. The next morning, everyone gets up. You head down to breakfast. Prescribed time. Anything in particular before the meeting you all wanted to do?
Caro
No.
just eats a gigantic breakfast and says, "Oh, I slept so good last night. How about you guys?"
I
I'll
assume I
take
had
a-
time for at least a short rest in after we got back.
Yeah.
I'll take another crack at that chest.
Okay.
Yeah, Dinar is going to try and make it look like he's eating, but he's not in the mood to eat anything right now.
Fair enough. So go ahead and roll your woodworking, Garo. You notice that there are some folks here from the night before.
Nice.
They recognize you, of course, from the arm wrestling contest. You recognize them as onlookers. They come over and ask if you'd be interested in maybe some other games, not just arm wrestling.
Oh, yeah, I love games. We played games all the time back in, where I'm from.
Nice. Yeah, we have all kinds of stuff that we do. We have this not just arm wrestling, but body wrestling and sparring and fighting. even with live steel. Could be very, very interesting and fun. If you're interested in that kind of thing, and you're going to be around for a while, you just let us know. We can get you in touch with the right people, if you know what I mean.
Sure. Mind if I get your name? I'm Garrow.
Oh, pleasure to meet you, Garrow. Yeah. Forgot which one of these guys it is. My name is Esserin. Esserin Wayrond. And he says you can find me here most nights.
All right, Esserand. I'll keep that in mind. Got some business to take care of, but if I'm in town, I'll certainly look for you.
Sounds great. We can't wait to see you. Thanks so much, man. And
All
he
right.
throws a couple of silver down on the bar and says, "Yeah, that's for your breakfast. I'll pay for your breakfast."
What a
And
friendly guy. Thank you. Have a good day.
you as well. And he and his little entourage of guys kind of walk out of the bar. Teo, you get up the next morning with fresh eyes and fresh hands. You were steadied by the night's sleep. You successfully find this very simple mechanism. You can't believe you overlooked it last night. It's a pinning mechanism that actually there's a dowel that goes down through all four corners, locking all of the dovetails together. And if you remove one of the dowels, the whole box hinges out in a really interesting pattern. You've never seen anything like it, and you take note of how it's designed, and you're going to try to use it in your future builds as well. It is a unique design.
Absolutely. I take a moment to really inspect and maybe sketch out a quick little drawing on the pertinent parts of the construction, and then with what little time I have, I try to do the best job I can at fixing it up.
Yeah. In fact, this is as you're going through it a little more, you see that this box will unhinge in such a way that you can fold it flat, and yet it still stays together with the exception of the one joint you took apart. So, and then to lock it into that flat position, you just run the dowel right back through everything, and it locks it in place. So it's a folding box.
It's a folding travel hope
trunk.
chest.
Yes, it's like a travel trunk, a travel trunk, easy for me to say, that folds flat.
Whoa.
Something that a traveling salesman might actually have.
Excellent. Yeah, so I'm gonna continue to do whatever repair job that I can on this thing, and then head down for breakfast to let the boys know that I've got to make a quick detour and return the trunk.
Okay. As you come down, you see that Dinar is kind of just pushing his food around in his plate. He looks kind of downtrodden, and Owen looks a little more tired than usual, but he's there. You sense something. Garo, you too see this. Dinar is usually upbeat in the mornings and happy to eat, but not today. Something's puzzled by this.
Hey, how'd you guys sleep? You don't seem quite so energetic as I've seen you usually.
Not the greatest sleep. Whatever. We have work to do today. I'm trying to not let it get to me.
Oh, well, I think we'll be able to handle it. And I've got your back no matter what happens. So
Thank you. That's the hope.
Yes, and my trance got briefly interrupted, so I didn't get quite the refreshment I normally get from it. Well,
maybe after today, we'll all be able to rest easy tonight.
Hopefully.
I do wonder what Leoson's going to tell us. Must be something important.
So I when I hear the story and the plan, I let these guys know what my plan is to return the chest back to its rightful owner, and I will catch up with them at the next location.
Right. The place, the Paladin of Torm Order of the Gauntlet place.
Correct. All right.
All right. Sounds good.
So you head out to the old lady's house down the street, Josephina's house. And as you get there, you see there's a little smoke coming out of the stove pipe. So you know she's up. You knock on the door. She answers. Oh, welcome back. It's good to see you. Were you able to fix it?
This is a very fascinating trunk that you've got here. I did the best that I could given the time frame. To really do this kind of work right, it definitely takes quite a bit more time. But at least it's functional. And I wanted to bring your attention to some of the unique characteristics about your trunk. I don't know if you've seen this before, but I collapse the trunk down, pulling the pin out, slide it back in, demonstrate it a few times. It's a very nice trunk. It's very, very interesting. The construction is something that I don't often see.
Yes, I'm not surprised by that. My father was quite the handyman. He like I said, he was a traveling salesman. He traveled around and did a lot of different businesses, and sometimes he had to move locations in a hurry, and so he didn't have a lot of room sometimes. So he would make things that were collapsible like this, so that they were easy to stow away and
Is your father still with us?
oh no, he passed on. He's the human side of our family, and he passed on a good 80, 90 years ago, probably.
Oh, I understand. I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, it was such a long time ago. It's fine. He went on his own way.
So now we come to the question about payment for the work that I have done and the intricate details that I've shown you with your chest. We had talked about coin in the past, and we were negotiating a price. But after seeing this trunk and hearing of your father and the work that he did, I realize if you have any small memory or token or something of your father that you could share. He sounds like an absolutely fascinating person. I believe anything that you have would be more than payment enough. Would that be acceptable for you?
It's hard to think of something I could part with, but there's this one thing that I just never could figure out that my father made. She walks over to the mantle. She picks up a cube. It has different colored squares on each side. There are 9 squares to a side. And she says, I've been working on this for 100 years and I can't figure it out. It's some kind of puzzle. You're supposed to get all the same colors on all the same sides, and I cannot for the life of me figure it out. And it frustrates me, and it's the one thing of my father's that I just can't stand to have. It would be my honor if you would take it away from me, please. She hands you this cube.
Ooh.
Interesting. This, and I just start, I lose track of time for a moment. and it's like I went into a bit of vapor lock as I stare at the device and look at the patterns and the device itself, and I look at this and go,
And
This
you
is
hold
very-
it, and you feel that it kind of twists in your hand. Each part. So there are three columns, if you will, in the cube, and each one twists and rotates. So it has an X and a Y axis and a Z axis. So you can turn all the colors to the different sides.
this is most fascinating. This will do for the work that I have done, but I will ask you this one additional thing. It's not significant, but it would mean the most for me. Do you? I skipped breakfast this morning. I didn't have time. You wouldn't by chance happen to have, say, a small tin of butter cookies, would you?
Yes, I probably have some cookies. Let me go look. And she runs into the kitchen, and sure enough, she comes out with a little pouch of cloth that she has tied into a satchel for you. And she says, "Here, these were just made this morning."
Oh, delightful. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Thank you so much. And listen, if you would like me to do some more work on the trunk, I can at a later date. I have business down the road at the moment, but I'd be more than willing to help you if you have any other problems that you have with anything.
Oh, you sound just like my father. Fix it, and always busy man, always working to solve someone's problem. You sound just like my father.
Indeed.
You're a blessed man. Have a great day, and if I ever need anything fixed, I'll definitely look you up. We'll see how this holds up.
Excellent. I like I said, I did the best I could given the time I had. But I will leave you, and thank you very much for this delightful pouch of cookies and biscuits. I do appreciate it.
Absolutely. Your work looks wonderful. I can barely tell there was a repair done. So thank you so much. You have a great day. And enjoy.
Excellent. So
enjoy.
I will, take my leave and head on to our meeting point with the rest of the party.
All right. Anybody doing anything else before you go to the meeting with?
I think I'll wait to investigate those games until after our meeting if we have time. So
Okay.
As I am traveling, I am just absolutely fascinated by this spinny XYZ device thing and contraption, trying to figure out how the hell was this thing made.
Yeah, if you would like to, every day you can spend a little time and you can roll a puzzles. You roll an intelligence check once a day at a DC 15.
Okay.
And if you beat the 15 on a daily basis, you can solve one side a
Excellent.
day. Does that sound fair?
That sounds more than fair.
All right. Lovely. I know your character loves puzzles, so I'm glad we were able to incorporate something in there. You all head to the Temple of Torm here, basically in the city, in the center of the city, and the squire is waiting for you on the front step. As soon as you arrive, you all get there about the same time from doing your various morning things. You get there about the same time, and he brings you in and ushers you to a small waiting area. The polished granite benches shine in the soft glow that comes from the walls. Though you see no torchlight, the walls themselves kind of glow. And after a few moments, he comes back out. He says, "Just this way, please." And he leads you back to a small meeting room with a kind of a long oak table. There are about 10 chairs around it. And just shortly after you are in, Leosin walks in, and right behind him is Onthar Froome, dressed in his full plate mail, what looks to be more ceremonial armor than anything else. His helm in hand, a long fur cape off the back of it, a two-handed greatsword slung on his hip, and coming from beneath his chest plate are long purple, what do you call it? Tabard. Thank you. Tabard. Hanging out from under his breastplate. And he walks in and Leos and says, "Thank you so much for joining us today. I hear there was a bit of a stir last night. Is that correct?" And he's looking at Dinar and Owen.
Oh, you must mean the arm wrestling. Yeah, I won. Good to see you, Master.
And Onthar walks over and slaps you on the back. He goes, "And what a great win it was. I'm quite impressed by you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Fantastic display of sportsmanship and strength and raw power. You're quite the fighter, I can tell. But yes, my guards did alert me to something last night. Leosin, apparently something has happened. One of your companions here has made some sort of mistake he wishes to right. And that is why we have asked you to come here today, friends. There's some very, very important information to discuss, business that we must get to. At this point, you know probably about as much as we all do about the Cult of the Dragon. And thanks to you, we know twice as much today as we did a 10-day ago. Something rotten is afoot, however. We have no formal organization to oppose these foul beasts as they traverse our land. Not yet, anyway. We're working on that. And we do need people with your skill sets to know how to fight, when to keep their heads down, when to keep their mouths shut, and when to observe. And we can't promise you anything other than days long filled with danger and stress. But we can promise you that should we wake the day after this Cult of the Dragon has been fouled and dispatched from our land, that you will be known forever as the ones who helped do it. Now, how does that sound for you, huh? What could be better than to live in infamy as heroes of the Sword Coast?
You already know my answer.
Well, that sounds pretty nice, I gotta say.
He says, we're still in the early stages of organizing. I'm working with my group, the Order of the Gauntlet. Leosin, he's working with the Harpers. Now, you don't have to work with either of us specifically, but just let us know that you're in allegiance with us both. That you are in with us, and that you can help perhaps bring others in as well. You can spread the work that we're doing and gather information along the way. You'll know us by our symbols. You know my symbol, the gauntlet. And he raises his fist, and that blue steel gauntlet shines in the light. And he says, you'll be able to know the Harpers as well. Leosin chimes in. He says, yes, you'll know us as each of us has a brooch with a silver harp on it. It keeps our cloaks, our coats, and our capes upon us.
Has Leosin ever mentioned the Harpers to Gara?
No.
Okay.
He's never mentioned them to you before. We the Gauntlet, we wear our symbols open, where the Harpers, they're a little more subdued with letting those know who they are. If you join us, you'll have all the resources we have. If you don't, we'll still help you out, but we can't help you officially if you're not part of the organization. I hope you do understand that. So if you're in, let us know. We can we actually have something we kind of would like to ask you to do now, if you're not too busy.
Well, what would that be?
Well, thanks to you, we now know that the cult has amassed a great hoard of treasure and is shipping it north. Teo and Garo, this is news to you, and you're both smart enough, probably, to figure out that trade caravan, it seemed a little heavily guarded, and a lot of wagons, and it was coming from where you just left as well. And they see the recognition on your face, and Leosin says, yes, it's correct. You probably passed them on the road here. But since you've been here now for a couple of days, they've moved on. They're even farther north. We need people that can infiltrate this trade caravan, find where exactly they're taking the treasure. We need them to know who the wagon masters are. We need to know any of the merchant information that we can get from others that are traveling. So different ways of gathering information, if you will. You can either get yourselves hired on, perhaps, or maybe you'll have to infiltrate them in some other way. We could set up a caravan disguise to try to add to theirs. Maybe we could join them in their journey as they're going the same direction as we are. What do you think of that?
That could work. I'm also wondering if there's a place where you could block the road, because if the caravan has to go off road, that will slow them down a lot. That will probably cause a lot of disorder.
It would. The problem with that is, if our intelligence is correct, they are on a timeline. We notice they're not stopping at night, which tells me that they are on a timeline. They have to be somewhere by some certain time, and if they're not, well, we don't know what might happen. It could be, well, she could come and try to find out what's going on, and we do not want
reason
that.
than to want to slow them down.
What, to bring her out? We don't want that. Not yet. We're not ready. We have to prepare. We have to build the forces. We have to get the armies together. If we bring forth the wrath of Tiamat too soon, surely we are all doomed. You do know how powerful she is.
Do. Perhaps that is wise then.
And Olenthar looks at Leia and says, calm, brother, calm. These are strong warriors. They, I'm sure, can fight well.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Given Owen's background and how much it aligns with some of the Harper's ideals, would he have known who the Harpers were when he heard the name?
Possibly. You can roll for it. You can give me a just not general knowledge. Probably religion, I guess, if you have religion.
Yeah,
It'd be the closest thing.
Yeah, it's not one of my skills, but I can definitely look at it.
Who knows? Yeah, you're not familiar with the name Harpers. They are a fairly secret organization, secretive enough that only a handful know. If you kind of lean in a little bit and ask questions about the organizations, they can tell you a little bit about them. Here's what we can offer to help in your journey. We have allies around. The horses, in fact, in the way that you came, that's one way that we can help. We have allies to give us those things. We have other allies as far south as Candlekeep, as far north as Neverwinter, and all cities between. There's someone there that can help you along the way. Mirabar in the north, we have also Um, so what you found when you left? You found the tracks heading north, the caravan you passed. You also say you found something heading east. Is that correct? Leison says you found a map. I think you told.
Yes.
Did you tell him you found a map? I don't remember if you told him that or not.
I didn't say it, but I would have. I don't see any reason I wouldn't have at that point.
Okay.
I'll give them the map.
Yes.
I'll show them the map.
You show him the map. Okay. See? Yeah, you're helping already. He says, yes, see, as we suspected, our scouts said they found wagon tracks also headed east towards Baragos to the coastway, which means they could be traveling. Dear heavens, if they were to strike Candlekeep, that would be horrible. You all know of Candlekeep. Candlekeep is where they keep all of the
Candles?
all of the candles. That's where they keep them.
Giant library.
Yeah, that's where they keep all the knowledge of the realm, basically, is in Candlekeep. He says, if they get to Beregost and they turn north and head towards Baldur's Gate, that's quite the journey. So if they're sending their treasure this way and they're sending their troops that way, perhaps they're trying to throw us. He's kind of scratching his head, thinking, what do you think, folks? What should we do here?
Well, I like the idea of trying to infiltrate and gather information, but kind of feel like some of us are a little bit conspicuous and they might have already seen us. So
Yeah.
I don't know how we'll blend in.
Good point.
I would probably have the best luck of everyone in blending in.
If maybe Owen and Teo could blend in, and me and Dinar could follow, from a distance and observe that way. I don't
Yeah.
know.
The one thing Dinar wants to know is, like, presumably they're using horses to pull all these carts. Do they have spare horses that they're switching in and out, or are they walking the same horses for days? Like, day and night for days. I'm pretty sure that would kill those horses.
Eventually it would, you're right. And so it seems to us that they are kind of trading their horses out as they get every few towns. They'll just trade out horses. So here's what we were thinking. How about you make a great point. So instead of going to join up with the caravan here, how about you head to Baldur's Gate? You go to Baldur's Gate and lay low, wait there for us to send word. And perhaps if there's another caravan that's coming up the coastway, perhaps that's the one you join and you can find information in that caravan. Because if you pass the one going north, hauling the treasure,
That
then,
makes sense.
as you said, they may have already seen you. But if there is
That might
one
give us
going
time
north,
to get some disguises together too.
yes, disguises. See, and that is another way in which we can help you.
So, what is the objective here? Is it to slow down the caravan? Is it to gather information and intelligence?
Yeah,
Well, a few things. Go ahead.
Yeah, it seems like it's a lot about getting more information about what their objective is with all this treasure, and beyond that, maybe other things too.
Well, let me just bring up a quick point. They hired me on, and I once I saw what kind of barbarians they really truly were, I realized I didn't want to have any part of them, even if their coin was great. And when we were in the caves, we came across a couple of guards who were also hired hands. It seems as though there is a lot of coin being spread around quite a bit. My hunch is that treasure caravan is being used to pay for a lot of the things that this organization wants. And I don't know, but from my experience with this type of person, one that you can simply hire on, you can pay off. If you don't have the money, you don't get the help of these people. So if we can slow down or stop or delay in any way the shipment, perhaps that will strike a blow into the organization.
It's an interesting, but it comes with such risk. If we delay it by too much, we could be bringing the wrath of Tiamat on us. If we don't
Well-
delay it long enough, it does nothing, and we've gained no intelligence, we've gained no upper hand. It would have to be just the right thing.
Well, let me ask you this: if Tiamat comes out and discovers that his treasure hoard has been delayed, how will he take to the hired help, shall we say, that is guiding this caravan? My hunch is they will not be looked on very positively by Tiamat.
Yeah, that's the thing about Tiamat. She kills with no discrimination. Her own people, others, doesn't care. Tiamat wants what Tiamat wants, and she will get it, or those people who try to stop her will die. And, it's... Perhaps you're just not up to the task of infiltrating. I understand. It's scary. You've been down that road. You've infiltrated before. They may recognize you. I understand.
I think we can do it. Gara wants to seem like he can live up to Laosin's, reputation and expectations. So he says, why don't we, go to Baldur's Gate, try to infiltrate that other caravan and just gather information.
If you leave now, you'll have several days before their caravan reaches Baldur's Gate. We can keep an eye on the treasure hoard, and perhaps we'll devise a plan to slow it down. Maybe we can work both these plans simultaneously.
Yeah. I
That
do
way-
have an idea for how you could slow them down, but it would depend on the financial resources of the Huffers.
Oh, do tell.
Well, presumably you on horses could get to the next town much more quickly than they could. Could you get to that town and rent out all the horses for a day and just make sure that they're not in town by the time the cult gets there?
What a clever idea. No, that is magnificent.
And if I might also suggest that perhaps the horses that are found once there has been time to procure such horses are of, how do we say it, of an inferior quality than most. Perhaps oxen or some other beast that they would be required to utilize at least for a short period of time.
This too is wise ideas. You two, I tell you. See, this is why this is what we needed. Here I was thinking some kind of attack to slow the breaking their wheels or something, but no, this is much more clever
Yeah.
because
I think
it's
an attack
beyond
would
their
be
control.
both too dangerous, and it would immediately let them know that we're here. Whereas
Yes.
it wouldn't be too suspicious of the fact that, oh, there are no horses in this town.
Now,
Well, we might
unless
be
it
able
only
to slow them down a little bit, but and that might help us get ahead to Baldur's Gate. But like you said, if we slow them down too much, we anger the dragon Tiamat. But the thing is, we don't know exactly where these caravans are going, do we?
No, and that's what we need to know.
Yes, and so if we can just figure that out, then we just got to get there before them and stop the whole thing from happening.
Yeah, the question is, will we be able to do that?
That is
Well,
the
if
hope
we-
that we can delay long enough
Yeah.
to rally the troops and bring forth a great army to rise against Tiamat and defeat the horde of the Dragon Queen.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! If you are willing, we can pay you some, not a lot, but we can pay only about 50 gold pieces each to help cover expenses upon the trip. There are several different ways that you could get to Baldur's Gate. If you leave today, you should have a 10 or 15 day lead time before their wagons, which we tell have not even reached Bergost yet, even reach Baldur's Gate. So you should be there plenty of time ahead to make connections, get a caravan together or something, and try to build some sort of disguise there. So I'll take it you're in. We will work on slowing down this trade caravan headed to the north. Your ideas are clever. I'm impressed, Leosin. Onthar looks over at Leosin. You truly have found some intelligent people here to quite capable and up for the task.
I will also point out that the guards of this caravan have been also running 24/7. And so I would imagine they are rather tired. So if perhaps the person who provides the beasts of burden, I don't know, had some drink with them, perhaps they could loosen a few tongues to determine where they are headed.
Perhaps we'll give that a try as well. We will give that a try as well.
And I'm sure when you offered the 50 gold pieces to us, you meant a day.
No, that's for the entirety of the trip. Our coffers are a bit small. We can't, it's a pretty big journey.
50 gold. I've never seen so much gold all at once. So that sounds pretty good.
And Leosin pulls out a small pouch, probably about the size of a pint bag, maybe. Sets it on the table, and the cloth opens up around it. And inside this pouch is one of the largest rubies that you have ever seen. It dazzles in the light. It says, "This will be waiting for you in Baldur's Gate."
Wow, that's prettier than Barry Jan.
I'm playing with the cube that I got and look up and say, I'm sorry, what was that?
And Leosin says, "This," and he holds up a ruby. It is the size of his fist inside a gauntlet. Like, it is huge. And if you just a quick glance at it, Teo, you could probably give it a quick look and guess approximately how much you think this might be worth off the top of your head. Do you have appraise as a skill?
Appraisal?
Yep.
I do not.
Oh. I thought you were a good thieving fence.
As far as I know, there is no such skill.
That's what
that's
I was
right.
wondering.
They took that one out from third, didn't they? Appraisal.
I guess it could be like a nature thing, like if you
Could be a
know the
nature or an investigate. A quick investigation would probably tell you.
Let's give it a quick investigation.
At minimum, this is worth 1,000 gold pieces alone. Just this ruby.
All right, so we're talking the 50 gold pieces a day plus the ruby for the trip.
Yeah, the ruby will be waiting for you in Baldur's Gate. Not this specific one, but one just like it. The Harper's pockets are deep.
We shall see what the conditions of the terms are when we reach Baldur's Gate.
Let's hope you reach Baldur's Gate, gentlemen. This
sounds
task
like me.
Can't wait much longer. You must get on the road soon. It will take you many days to travel there. Probably at least 6 to 8 days on horseback. You could make it faster if you took the river. There is a ferry that runs from Scornbell down to Baldur's Gate up on the river.
That sounds fun.
should be coming through in the next day or so. It came through a week past going upriver. It usually turns around and comes back 3
Do you
days.
know how much the ferry is?
Yes, the ferry is well, we'll take care of it. It's not much. We'll cover the cost of the ferry. It's
Do you think it would be faster than horseback, even with having to wait?
Oh, absolutely. It's a 550-mile journey from here to Baldur's Gate. It's by far one of the most treacherous journeys on roads you could possibly take.
Well, I think we should take the boat then, because that's also something that they can't do.
Where it would take you oh wait, no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong. It's 250 miles. Where it would take you 7 or 8 days to travel on horseback, you could be there in 3 on the river. Half the time.
Yeah, I think we do that.
Sounds good to me.
Considering that this might be a dangerous journey, perhaps medicine kits for the party would be in order, just in case something happens, shall we say?
Absolutely. We'll provide medicine kits and some potions of healing as well for each.
Excellent.
That should not be a problem. Is there anything else you require?
I mean, this is a bit of a shot in the dark, but do you have a potion of lightning resistance?
Roll percentiles.
That's an 80. What does an 80 tell me?
Nope. 80 is no. They do not at this time. All of those are being kept in reserve in case there is an attack, such as was on Greenest.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we don't have any to spare.
All right. Well, I suppose I shall wait for the boat then.
Anybody else?
So the boat will come to this town or to a nearby town?
No, to this town. There's a port here
Oh,
in Elton.
well, if we're waiting, I can check out those games that guy was talking about.
Yeah, you could go and check out the guy at the tavern that night.
Well, I like the idea of doing a boat ride. Are we able to take our horses on the boat?
Yes, you can take your horses on the boat.
Oh, great. Didn't want to leave Daffodil behind.
Nice. Anybody else? I know Garo's going to go try and catch up with the guy about the games.
I'll tell everyone else about that too. I mean, it won't be a secret that I'm going.
Yeah. Dinar is basically content with just waiting.
I'm going to check the job board to see if anything new has showed up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait.
Just going to wait.
Unless,
So-
unless somebody's missing a cat.
Should we all go ahead and add 50 gold to our inventory?
Yes,
Is that-
you can go ahead and add 50
Yeah.
gold now as a prepayment to your
Yeah,
inventory.
Dinar is actually going to turn it down, but the rest of you can.
Dinar, I'll take care of I'll hold it for you.
Of course you will.
I'm sure you will, and I'm sure you'll also not let go of it.
Indeed.
Yeah, like Dinar is, one, he would have done this without payment anyway, and two, he's still a little upset with himself for waking these people up in the middle of the night. So he's
That
gonna
could be
take-
part of his penance.
Yeah, and he's going to say like, you're going to need some for buying out those horses.
Yes, an honorable man that you are. Donar, I appreciate you. Never met a dragonborn before, but I like you. You're a good man. And,
Thank you.
says, well, if you all will excuse us, we have more matters we have to go and attend to. Please help yourself, show yourself around the temple, and enjoy the rest of your time here. I hope to see you soon in Baldur's Gate or perhaps somewhere else along the road.
All right.
If we have some time while we're waiting for the ship to arrive, I'm going to be doing two things with my downtime, shall we say. One of them is obviously frantically working on the puzzle box that I've acquired, and the other is to attempt to replicate that collapsing folding trunk.
Okay. On a small scale or a larger scale?
Something on a smaller scale. Think reasonable, small cooler, maybe large lunchbox kind of size.
Okay. Lunchbox size. Okay. Makes sense.
Before Garrow goes out to the games, he might ask the party, what do you guys think about the Order of the Gauntlet and the Harpers? Did you want to officially join one of them?
I mean, the Order of the Gauntlet serves a god that isn't mine, and obviously Torm and Bahamut do get along, but I'm not going to join an order that is specifically devoted to a different god. The Harpers, I'm not like the Harpers, I'm like not as specifically against, but I'm thinking about it.
I'm glad you said that. I mean, since Master Leoson's a member, I was kind of feeling like maybe I should see about becoming one. Maybe that's what he intended for me all along.
Perhaps.
I'd like to know more about the Harpers.
Okay. If you could have asked that at any time, so they'll tell you a little bit more about the Harpers. The Harpers, don't have a lot of information in this book, as much as the Gauntlet does, actually. They are a fairly secretive group beyond what is generally rumored. The Harpers are dedicated to furthering equality and justice and to keeping the power out of the hands of those who don't deserve it. So they're your
That sounds
hippie
pretty
liberals.
I know a little more about them from a meta perspective, but I'm going to try not to
Yeah,
let that
exactly.
seep into my role play.
The Harpers are loosely organized, and agents are allowed to a pretty wide freedom of action as long as they stay within the general moral compass of the organization. They're not really wrangled too much.
So if we all think that joining the Harpers would be a good choice for us, if that sort of suits our style a little bit better, maybe we should go ahead and tell Leosin that we want to be members.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but personally, I'm kind of more a freelance guy. But don't let me influence you and your decisions. There's nothing saying that we all have to join, all for one and one for all.
That's true. Anyone else joining Team Harper?
Not at this time.
I will join Team Harper.
Okay. Yeah, basically their beliefs are no one can have too much can ever have too much information. Too much power leads to corruption, and no one should be powerless. That's their belief. Their goal is to gather information throughout Faerun and discern the political dynamics within each region or realm and promote fairness, equality by covert means. Act openly only as a last resort. For Tyrants and any leader, government, or group that wants to grow too powerful and to aid the weak, the poor, and the oppressed.
Yeah.
They're big on balance and everything.
Well, that sounds a lot like Master Leosin right there. So
Yeah.
I'm in.
Like, I agree with their morals, but I also think that it's not always correct to act covertly until absolutely necessary.
Right.
Like, Bahamut generally does make a bigger show. The clerics of Bahamut generally do make a bigger showing about being there. And sometimes that helps.
Yep.
I would be willing to join the Harpers if I could deal primarily with elves in the Harpers when I had to.
Yeah, that's probably doable.
Garrow's just in it because it seems like the path that Master Leosin would choose, and he's also,
Very good.
developed some useful skills in terms of stealth and stuff that Master Leosin imparted on him. So he would be pretty good at sneaking around, infiltrating things.
Yes, indeed. That night, before you head off to the tavern, you're in your rooms, kind of preparing your things, packing up, getting ready to go out the next day. As you know, this boat is supposed to be coming. There's a knock at each one of your doors individually. You open it, no one's there, but there is a package on the ground outside of your room. Inside that are new clothes, a new weapon of your primary weapon type, your choice. It is not magical, but it is of excellent quality. So your primary weapon proficiency that you choose every day, you have that, a new weapon of that type. Additionally, in that there is Teo, in yours there is a disguise kit.
All right.
A rather large one, actually. And I think that's any gear that you need, ropes, anything that you might need, a common, you can find in there. So any common items that you might need for the journey. They've pretty much put together a little care package for you, and to
I
send
imagine
you on
that
your way.
the Garrow's weapon is an actually nice great club that has been made by a professional and has like maybe some metal bands around it just to keep it nice and sturdy. And he's
Yeah,
like, wow,
reinforced. Yeah.
a reinforced great club. Nice.
Yep. So
I
Garrow,
stow the gear.
you stow your gear. All right, Garrett, you head out downstairs. I guess, and anyone else who wants to as well. After packing up and getting ready to go, you know you have a big journey that starts tomorrow, and you find the guy downstairs. He's there. He sees you. Oh, Garrow, how you doing, buddy? You gonna play some games with us tonight?
Yeah, Esserin, good to see you. Yeah, I've got another night to spend in this town, so I thought I'd find you and see what these games are about. Sounds like something I'd be interested in.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Tonight, a really special night. Uh, we kind of felt like you might be in, so we set up something really good, man.
Oh,
Um,
that's nice of you. Thanks.
we hope it's not too much. We got a little ring set up out back, a little fighting sparring ring, just something small. And
Yeah, sounds good. Could
anybody,
stretch the old muscles.
yeah, anybody else who comes down, you see Garrow talking to this little wiry, thin guy. He's kind of balding on top, and you see him talking, and then he says, "Well, come on this way," and he heads out the back of the tavern. You see,
Guys, I'm going to go follow this guy here to this fighting ring they got set up. Welcome to join if you feel like it.
Dinar like smiles, but it's very clear that he's not going.
Okay. Have a good night.
all right.
I will actually tag along on this adventure. This sounds right up Teo's alley. Now that he's got a little bit of coin in his pocket, perhaps a little side bet action is a possibility. Yeah, this sounds like a good deal.
Fantastic. Owen, what about you?
I think I'm gonna stick with Dinar.
Buddy system. Okay. You guys step outside, and inside this ring, held onto by four giant chains and four very strong men, is a large bear in this ring. And it's very good size, smelly, looks very strong, snarling, definitely wild. Looks like they have gone out and bought or captured a bear, trapped it, brought it in just for this fight.
Oh, that's a pretty big beast, huh?
Yes, it is. What do you think? You ready to scrap it? Can you put him down? Can you, Garo? All right, ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. Cash is out. The fight is here. And before you even answer, he starts telling people to start placing bets. There's a small crowd of probably 25 people out back. This looks like a permanent fighting ring. So
Garrow looks around, and this is probably the kind of thing that goblins would have done if they had had access to a bear. So he's into it.
I come up to Garrow and try to do my best impression of trying to talk him out. Are you sure you're thinking this doesn't make very good sense? Have you seen the size of this thing? All in an effort to try to increase the odds.
Well, it's a pretty big bear, but I'm a bugbear, so there's that.
But look at the thing. It's enormous. It'll rip you limb from limb.
We'll see about that. And Garrow will step confidently into the ring.
all right.
And I will look at what the odds are and make a wager for 30 gold.
For
He's
30
got
gold.
his new reinforced great club with him.
All right. It's 3-1 on the bear right now. That's the odds. 3-1 on the bear. And I should have done this map at night. I'm going to jump us over to this map just so we can put tokens out there, so we can click and do things. So if you want to go ahead and drag your token out on, it's a big black bear. It is a beast. And you hear someone in the crowd, "Hey, I thought you said no weapons." And he says, "Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, no club. You can't use it."
Garrow looks around the crowd and shrugs and hands his club to Aosin. I'm trying to drag my token. Let's see. Why is
That's
it
okay.
not drag? Oh, there it goes.
There you go.
Okay.
Cool. All right. You want to open the turn tracker and clear it, and remove all turns. Clear. We can go ahead and just you see the guys. They're like holding the chains and then loosening them, but there's one that they leave on the bear. Around his waist, they put a new chain, wrap it around him, and they run it through an iron loop it's like staked into the ground. And then there's this coil of chain behind it, long enough to let it move around the ring. And so when the last chain is kind of released and he starts moving around, so go ahead and roll initiative.
Garrow falls into his practiced monk stance.
Yes.
And I guess I'll just roll initiative.
Yep. Go ahead and roll initiative. Click your token.
Click.
And there you go. All right. You go first. You go.
So I'm able to close the distance. I assume I'm going to go right up to the bear. Actually, I don't have to go right up to him because I can, with my long arm, strike from reach. So
That's right. You can.
I'll stand, with a square between us and do an initial attack with my unarmed strike.
And I'm going to try to assist in any way that I can with positive words of encouragement and such.
Oh, wow. Nice. You do. Describe your strike. You smack the
so
bear.
Garrow waits for an opportune moment and is going to just, really strike it and hit it in the ear so that it's left sort of disoriented a bit.
Yeah.
And follow that up with a flurry of blows.
Ooh. All right.
So that means I can spend 1 key point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. So 1, 2.
Both are hits. Wow. So you pop him in the air. He shakes his head for a minute. While he's disoriented, you come in with 2 very quick blows. Pow, pow. And very quickly, the bear is just staggering. You can imagine he's probably seeing stars in his eyes as you have nailed him right in the snout with that last left cross. And he lets out a roar and he lunges at you. He swipes at you first with his claws, coming in just right up against you. And a 22. Does that hit?
That'll certainly hit.
And then for 7 slashing damage.
Okay.
And his second attack, he chomps down on your shoulder and gets you with a bite and does another 6 piercing damage as his jaws are latched into you now, and he is not going to let go.
Garrow's gritting his teeth. He's getting into the sort of fighting, frenzied spirit. And so, am I able to make my attack?
Yep, it is your turn.
Okay, with my, I'm going to be attacking with both my free fist that's not sort of getting grabbed and my knees. With this, I'm just going to do another 3 because it's going to be a flurry of blows.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
That was 9, 15. Okay. And 7 misses. No, 12 hits. Sorry.
Oh,
So
nice.
everything hits. And with him chomped in, describe to me how you knock this bear out.
Well, Garrow, still sort of grappling with the bear, is gonna hit it again in the other ear, and then deliver a series of pushing the bear's head down into his knee as it comes up twice, and then he steps back resumes his stance as he's been taught.
Right.
As the bear presumably collapses.
Yeah, you punch him right in the back of the head. He lets go of his jaws on your shoulder, and that gives you the opportunity to grab him and knee strike 2 times. And the bear stands up. He roars a little bit, staggers, falls backwards into the ropes, and then just collapses on the ground. The crowd is just roaring. They are so excited. This has been just a great display of power.
Garrow lifts up a bloody arm in triumph.
Yes.
Says, bear stew tonight, everyone.
And they pay out. They walk over to you, and they hand you a purse.
Wow, I really appreciate this, guys. This was that was a tough bear, that's for sure. But feels good. What are you gonna do with that pelt?
Oh, we'll probably sell it. Why? Do you want it as a trophy?
I wouldn't mind it.
I think that's a reasonable ask. We'll have it skinned out for you tonight. You can pick it up in the morning.
That's awful nice of you. Thanks. Appreciate it, everyone. And gives another wave to the crowd as he saunters back to nurse his wounds a bit and have some more sweet ale.
Yeah, you kind of open up the pouch, and there's probably 40, 50 more gold in there.
Wow. Garrow's made a lot of money today.
Teo, how much did you win on that? Add that to yours as well.
So I wagered 30, and you said the odds were
3-1 on the bear.
3-1 on the bear. So what's that, 90?
That would be 90, yeah.
Okay.
So if you bet on Garrow, you would have won 90 gold.
Indeed.
So if Garrow won 40, that's 130, plus other payouts. That was a big wager fight. There was a lot of gold slung around.
That was fun. Hopefully we didn't piss anyone off too much taking their money, but they would probably want to think twice before messing with Garrow, who's now going to be taking a short rest or two to just recuperate.
You walk back in, and Dinar and Owen, you heard the ruckus outside. You could hear the roaring of the crowd and the screams and yells. You thought you heard a bear, but you figured it's probably Garrow. He walks in, his shoulders bloodied. You could see he's obviously been injured. And Teo walks in behind him, just very happy.
Once we get into the tavern, I'm going to reach into the pouch of cookies that I got and hand one over to Garrow and go, "Here, you earned this."
Oh wow, this looks, and he sniffs it. He says, "Oh, this smells so good." He's going to eat it and savor it, and sort of like a Scooby snack, Scooby Doo reaction, just wow. This
I
dude.
also just think it's funny. This is what you got to do to earn a cookie from Taya. You got to wrestle a bear with your bare hands.
Oh, this is even better than winning all that gold. Pats his pouch and just takes a seat to relax and say, they really know how to have fun in this town. Kind of reminds me of the goblins I grew up with.
Nice.
Anyway, that's all from Garrow for now. He's just resting.
All right. Dinar or Owen, do you want to do anything as Garo comes in, eating a cookie and
I'm not even going to ask questions.
Yeah, neither am I.
yeah. All right. Having wrestled a bear, put it down. You have a big trip the next day. You rest up. You tend to your wounds. You're all packed up and ready to head out to Baldur's Gate on the morning. And that is where we will stop for today.
No.
Yes, I know. No, I hate it too because everybody loves a good bear wrestling match.
We did a lot today. We did a lot.
Yeah, you actually did do quite a lot. And you all believe, I don't remember exactly where we were level wise.
3.
We're level 3.
You were level 3. All right. And you got that 2 sessions ago, right? Before you went into the cave. Isn't that
I
correct?
believe so, yes.
Yeah, so you should be level 4 after this session.
Hooray.
So, because we kind of split the cave session over 2 game sessions. So, this session, everything that you earned and learned in the cave, plus everything you did today, should put you at level 4. And we're going to be probably about halfway through, gang. Believe it or not,
All right.
because this module should take you. It says to level 8. So if you're hitting level 4 right now, you're just starting about the halfway point. So I predict about another 6 sessions probably, just because these are going to start getting a little longer as the levels, pacing gets a little further out. So probably another 6 sessions, maybe 7, but I'm really thinking to 6. Looking at the module, it's not that much in there. The journey to Baldur's Gate takes a little while. There's actually quite a bit in this next section.
Well, I'm
that you're
definitely
gonna get to
excited to
do.
go to Baldur's Gate because that should be fun.
Yeah. I hear that's a good game.
Yeah.
I played the Baldur's Gate 3. What's been released so far? It's really cool.
Oh, nice.
Oh, good.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
I played the original ones when they came out back in the 90s.
Yeah, I've played those. Those are, of course, awesome.
Yes, indeed. So, 2 weeks, we'll be back here on the 30th, which we will be kicking off our Halloween stream. It looks like we're going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons. Then LK might be running some Call of Cthulhu. And then the last game we're probably going to wrap it up is with some weird Halloween games. So make sure you're back here on the 30th for that. But you don't have to wait until then to see us. No, not at all, because we'll be back here Tuesday night with Delta Green playing Victim of the Arts, wrapping that up Wednesday night. We'll be back with more Delta Green. So you're getting a Delta Green double shot this week, folks, Tuesday and Wednesday night. Make sure you tune in for Impossible Landscapes on Wednesday night. Next Saturday at 6 p.m. is Welcome Home. And then we'll see where we go from there. So that's our next week's schedule. Make sure you're in our Discord to find out all the good stuff that we're doing all the time. And follow us on YouTube. No, subscribe to us on YouTube. Follow us on Twitch. I'll never get that right. I never will. I really won't. So you can find us all the time when we're live. Watch all of our stuff. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. We really do appreciate you. We love all the follows and all the love that you give us. We love you so much. Here's the heart. See, we make the hearts. But until next time, we're the United Adventure Company. This has been Hoard of the Dragon Queen. Stay out of our dungeons. Good night, everybody. Have a great day. See you next time.